Either you are a game changer or you are a game manager. Shout out to Cam Newton, man. Shout out to Cam Newton. We're going to get into this. We're going to talk. This is going to be a sports show today. Um, I don't know if I'm going to advertise my sports channel, but I still don't have all my chickens in order, so to speak. I don't have everything in order just yet. So I'm not gonna advertise my sports channel just yet. I'm still waiting on a couple of things to come in this week. Just waiting for a couple things to come in this week, and then we will talk about the sports channel, possibly the music channel. But specifically, we're gonna talk about sports today. We're gonna talk about sports. And people owe Cam Newton an apology. We saw on display game changer, game manager. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we're not even gonna go into the videos. We're not gonna show that. We already see it, but we're gonna talk about the players that he mentioned when he talked. Well, the QBs specifically that he mentioned when he was talking about game changer, game manager, and he mentioned Dak, Tua, and Dak, Tua, Jared Goff, and Brock Purdy. Man, how right he was. Even with Brock Purdy, people will see with Brock Purdy. Well, I'm not saying Brock Purdy, he's definitely better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but people are gonna in the future, people are gonna see because the 49ers team is stacked, bro. The 49ers team is stacked. They're the Alabama of this ish. You know what I'm saying? But let's give it a couple minutes before I even go in. Let's give it a couple more minutes. I messed up on the scheduling. I'm sitting there prepping for the show and whatnot, and then I realized the date said tomorrow. I was like, oh my God, this is throwing my own self off, really. Let's see here. But yeah. Game changer, game manager. Game changer, game manager. There's a difference, man. All right, I'm just making sure the sound works. But okay. How's the sound? How's the spelling? Anybody checking in? This is going to be a sports. This is a sports show today. Sports show. Let me put that in the chat real quick. Sports show today. Put that in the live chat. Just making sure. I don't know if I can pin my own chat and see what I could do. If I start it, what happens if I start it? Pause. If I start it, nothing happens. Nothing happens if I start. All right. But yeah, this is a sports show tonight. Shout out to the Chiefs for winning the Super Bowl. Shout out to the Chiefs. Shout out to Patrick Mahomes. His third Super Bowl, 2 in a row. That's impressive. That's especially when you're talking about football. American football. That's not easy. That's not easy to do. Getting one is crazy difficult, but that shout out, so shout out to him. Shout out to Coach Reed. Shout out to the boy, what's his name? All these guys. Chris Jones. Blanking on some of these guys' names right now. Travis Kelce, yeah. So shout out to these guys. I don't know why my audio's acting up, but man, shout out to those guys. We're gonna get into it. Game changer, game manager. And I was so happy Cam Newton said this. I see one other person in the chat. So yeah, you can ask, especially when it comes to sports. This is going to be a specific sports show today. You can ask me my opinion on what I saw yesterday, what I think about certain players, even if you want to go to a different sport. Um I'm good at talking about soccer, football, basketball, and I'm a casual boxing person. Casual, like a straight casual. But I know because I remember seeing a lot of the fights from during high school. So there's in middle school. So but man, I'm so happy Cam Newton said that because you have these clowns on these sports networks that will go on TV and will tell you that quarterback is the hardest position to play and it's the only position that matters. And I'm like, there's only like 4 elite quarterbacks, really. Like there's only like 4 elite quarterbacks in this league, and you're talking about this is the only position. It might be the most important, but that to say it's the hardest, nah. Nah, stop it. So I was so happy that Cam Newton said what he said. I'm so happy he said what he said because there's first of all, there's only when he's talking about game manager, game changers, there's only really 4 game changers at the quarterback position in the NFL. Really only 4. That's Patrick Mahomes, that's Lamar Jack, aka Lamarvelous Jackson, Joe Burrow. Well, that's Joe Montana's name, but Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen. They ain't no other game change. Everybody else, everybody else is game managers, dog. That's not a bad thing, but they not the top dogs. And Brock Purdy's not like, look, man. People don't even realize how stacked San Francisco is, dog. San Francisco is stacked. I mean, like they're in terms of the talent that they have, they're basically like the Alabama. Like people don't understand. Like they beat like Aaron Rodgers Packers teams with Jimmy Garoppolo, and Jimmy Garoppolo is trash. He's always I'm not gonna say he's always been trash, but he's pretty bad in my opinion. But he beat the Packers team. He completed like I think he completed 3 passes. One of the playoff wins that he beat Aaron Rodgers. He completed 3 passes. So what does the QB have to do with that? he completed 3 passes. He completed 3 passes, dog. 3. He completed 3 passes. And that's how you know your team is stacked. Even when the Eagles won their Super Bowl, I thought at the time Carson Wentz was kind of overrated, and at the time he was in MVP discussions. Now, unfortunately, he tore his ACL, but people were acting like the Eagles were out. I'm like, nah, the Eagles is stacked. I'm like, they could still make a run with Nick Foles, and people thought, oh yeah, like because I felt that, but I didn't say it, and then I heard Corey Holcomb say it. I was like, yes, I feel that. I'm like, because I'm like, they were stacked. They were stacked, dog. Defensively and offense. I'm like, they just need somebody to just to manage the game and take the risks when need be. That's all they got to do. Nick Folk literally came in there and proved that the team didn't even really need an elite quarterback like that. When you look at those old, this is what I'm talking about when people talk about the quarterback position is the hardest position. If you look at damn near all these teams that be winning these college football national championships, especially Alabama, Alabama won national championships with Pyro, bruh. Oh my God. This guy. Alabama won championships, dog, with nobody's at quarterback, man. You said, oh, I mean, played myself. Pause. I was about to, oh my God. Man, you gotta watch what you're typing. This is the 3rd time Pyro this has happened. Oh man. But Alabama would have nobody's at the quarterback position. I'm talking about nobody's. And they would win. I'm talking about they would smack teams. You have teams in the SEC have nobody's at quarterback position, they would smack teams. So I'm like, so what are they talking about? The quarterback position is the hardest position. What? I mean, when you got literally whips. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm not good at telling if somebody's joking or not. Oh man, what's up, Angel? What's up, Pyro? But back to what I was saying about the QB position. I think the QB position is the most overrated position in American sports because when you just look at college football. Alabama won national championships. Georgia just won a national championship with some with a random. I think they won it 2 years in a row, and then the 1 year they won it with a guy that was like 5'9" who did nothing. All he had to do was not turn the ball over. This is what it's about. It's about, I believe, football. America. We're talking about American football. It's about building up your team, stacking up your team, and hopefully you have a quarterback decent enough to manage the game. That's how all the old Super Bowl teams of the past. That's how they would win their Super Bowls. They'd have their quarterback make sure he don't turn the ball over, make sure he wouldn't mess up, and then just you go off your running game, make sure your defense got to be stacked, and you're straight. And technically, it's still the same thing, but they've over glamorized this quarterback position and acting like it's the hardest position. Nah, no, no, no. Especially when I look at those Alabama teams in the past. Alabama won a national championship with this dude, Coker, something Coker, and then some other random ninja that I don't even remember. I'm like, what these? But Alabama had whips. They used to have like Alabama would have whips at the wide receiver position, the running back. I remember one time Alabama at the running back position at one time. They had Derrick Henry, TJ Yeldon, Drake, and somebody else. I can't remember their name. And Derrick Henry was the backup. What? Oh my, bro. They had TJ Yeldon, Derrick Henry, and Drake, bro. That running back. Oh my God. 5'9" and did the dude was like 5'9". He had like he couldn't run. It's not like he was fat. He was just fat. They just asked him, just hand it off. Don't fuck it up. That's literally what they asked him to do. He had no arm. I was like, who the hell they got in back? But that Georgia defense was ridiculous, man. That Georgia defense was ridiculous. They could win. This is why I never understood this over glamorized when they talking about the quarterback this, quarterback that. So this is why I was happy when Cam Newton said what he said. He said, you got game changers, you got game managers. There's only 4 game changers. Only 4. That's Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. That's it. Everybody else are game managers, or they got chances to be elite. Like when we're talking about CJ Stroud, he's gonna be elite. He's a game changer. What's his name? Herbert from the Chargers. He has elite talent. He gets a lot of passes, in my opinion. I think he got like 0 playoff wins. He has a lot to prove, but he has elite talent. I can't take that away from him. But CJ Stroud is basically the next elite quarterback. That he's the next game changer. And possibly Jordan Love. You never know. I like what I saw from him in the second half of the season. I like what I saw. He looks like he could be a game changer, and he has the physical attributes. He has so you know what I mean. Let's see about Anthony Richardson. We'll see. I'm a Titans fan, so I'm not. So I'm gonna give it to you real. I'm not gonna use my position to crap on CJ Stroud because I know he's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be elite. He's a game changer. I'm talking about you drop into a franchise that's basically a mess. The coach, I forgot, I'm blanking on his name. He's on the defensive side, really. So he's basically taking over an offense that has no weapons. Like But CJ Stroud, and he's not. They don't have weapons, dog. Texans got no offensive weapons, and he still made it that far. To me, that's very impressive. They don't got no what. They literally have nothing to work with. But they're trying to tell me Trevor Lawrence is this Jesus Christ, right? But he needs everything to be right. He can't play in the rain. He gets hurt easily. So what's the point of him being 6'6" and all? What's the point? You know what I mean? So Angel here said NFL made the QB position important because they wanted more scoring. This is true. And I'll say this. I'm gonna defend Tom Brady here because Pyro has also heard when I don't think Tom Brady's the GOAT. I think he's the greatest quarterback ever, but I don't think he's the GOAT. But I'll come into defense of Tom Brady in this regard. People unfairly pin when we're talking about the NFL changing the rules to benefit the offense, they unfairly pin it on Tom Brady, but it's really on Peyton Manning because Peyton Manning was garbage for the first, like 2 years when he was playing, but people gave him a lot of passes, right? But the plan was for Peyton Manning to be up here, to be lifted up like this. So they changed a lot of rules for him so he can operate the way he did. And that was particularly with the wide receiver position, how they used to be able to get held and all that stuff. Like wide receivers were not able to flourish. So they laxed the rules for that. He had a stacked wide receiving core. He had he had a couple of great tight ends. He had a great wide receiving core. And they basically allowed him so now they can, right? But really, when they changed all those rules in the offense to help a guy like a Peyton Manning who was a statue in the pocket, it inadvertently helped Tom Brady. So Tom Brady just ended up taking advantage, which is why I really have no hate for Tom Brady because I respect how he plays the quarterback position. He respects the rules. He doesn't try to hold it, you know what I mean, and take advantage. He gets the ball, he gets rid of the ball in one or 2 seconds. Dinks and dunks, dissects the defense. He doesn't, you know what I mean? He started off as a game manager and became a game changer. So I respect him for that, and he ended up growing. So the rules that ended up were basically supposed to benefit Peyton Manning ended up benefiting Tom Brady. And Tom Brady unfairly gets the blame of the rules being changed. You see, Stroud is great. Herbert benefits with Harbaugh coaching. Yeah, I think Herbert. But I'll say this with Herbert. I always liked him coming out of college. To me, I thought he was, to me, because I think Trevor Lawrence is massively overrated. But I'll say this about Herbert. I I had him higher. Like I really had him ranked high coming out of Oregon. Like Herbert to me, like his what he brings physically is what they brag that Trevor Lawrence is, but it's basically Justin Herbert, in my opinion. What I saw in college, I believe if you literally switch the teams that Trevor Lawrence was on, if Trevor Lawrence was at Oregon, Herbert was at Clemson, Clemson would have won the same amount of games, would have been in the same position as they were, and Oregon would be in the same position as they were. They're literally interchangeable, but Trevor Lawrence got the label as the generational talent. And in my opinion, I think this, and I could be wrong. I think it's because of his hair. I think that's what it was. I could be wrong. People could call me a hater on that end, but I think it was because of his hair, because he had long blonde hair. I think and they just wanted him to succeed so bad. Like I made the joke because I remember this was fresh off of Trevor Lawrence winning his national championship with Clemson. You had Paul Feinbaum, who's an idiot in my opinion, but he was basically saying that Trevor Lawrence is going to be he's going down on pace to be the best college football player ever. I was like, bruh. I was literally like, and I made the joke. I was like, bro, if Trevor Lawrence cuts his hair, he's going to be decreasing his draft stock. He's not going to go number one. If he cuts his hair, I'm like, I bet you Trevor Lawrence wants to cut his hair so bad, but his agent's like, no, 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 you gotta keep the hair. You gotta keep the hair. This is good. This is good. That's my opinion. Only because like I've heard ESPN, like these sports people, whatever, people on the NFL morning show, like describing Trevor Lawrence when he was at college, like describing him and literally saying, like listing his hair as part of the he's like, he's got the rock star look. I mean, he just got it going on. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? And like I said, that term generational talent, that that term gets thrown around way too often. To me, when we're talking about generational talent, you know, when I talk about generational talent at the quarterback position, you know who I think about outside of Mahomes? I think about Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, to me, I'm talking about when I saw him in college, I was like, bro, this guy he's not human. I was like, when I saw Lamar Jackson in college, I was like, this guy is he's a glitch in the system, bro. He's a glitch. That's what I call him. He's a glitch in the system, bro. When I see Lamar Jackson play, even to this day, I'm like, this guy is a glitch. He is a you can't how you can't plan for him. Oh, what's up, Reaper? What's up, bro? Oh man, I'm talking about like when we're talking about generational talent, and like this is a sports show today. This is a sports show today. So you can ask me any question about sports and whatever. As long as it's not really about baseball, I can only talk about baseball about the Mets from 2009. That's all I can give you. But fire away on that end. But when we talk about generational talent at the quarterback position outside of Mahomes, I think about Lamar Jackson because what I saw from college, I'm like, this guy is ridiculous. People don't understand. Let's break this down with Lamar Jackson though, because I don't think people understand the mold that he shot. Like he won a Heisman at Louisville. Louisville had no business being like I'm talking about the 2016-2017 season when Lamar Jackson won the Heisman, I think. Yeah. I'm talking about he was insane. I'm like, what the hell is this, dog? He was just people don't understand. Like Louisville, you to win a Heisman at Louisville, and then at the time to be nationally ranked where they were, he had no weapons to work with, mind you, and he was running a pro system too at Louisville. People don't understand that. When he faced Deshaun Watson and the Clemson team, for that game to even be as close as it was, and I don't know, I don't remember the wide receiver's name. If he had gotten that first down, who he was like literally right there, and he just anyway to have it close, it was a battle, bro. Louisville versus Clemson. People got to rewatch that game because that's one of the best college football games I ever seen. And what and Dabo Sweeney, he had a spy on Lamar Jackson the whole entire game. The whole entire game. I remember watching college tape on somebody was analyzing his name is Vince Vach Lombardi. He has a YouTube channel and he was trying to analyze Lamar Jackson. And he was like, bro, he was trying to tell people, he was like, bro, he's not like your typical running quarterback. Like he's just something different. Like, and that's what Lamar Jackson is, man. He's just incredible. I can't say enough. He's not, I don't think he's Patrick Mahomes, but look, Lamar Jackson is a game changer, bro. Two-time MVP. Now that's his second MVP. So now with Lamar Jackson, what he needs to do is now produce more results in the postseason, meaning he needs to reach a Super Bowl. That's the next step because he has two MVPs. So he has nothing to prove in the regular season, right? And I think Lamar Jackson had a great regular season, very professional. The offensive coordinator, I thought they played it perfectly in the regular season. Didn't have him doing a whole lot of running. You know what I mean? They should have had him do like it should have been all bets are off though versus the Chiefs. Like you see how like Patrick Mahomes and yesterday did more. He ran more, and they did actually quarterback design runs for Patrick Mahomes yesterday when the chips were on the line. That's what they should have done with Lamar Jackson versus the Chiefs. You know what I'm saying? So, but I like the way they ran the program. They made sure they gave him some wide receivers to work with. Zay Flowers emerged as the number one wide receiver, and I believe this. When Mark Andrews went down with injury, I think that was actually good for Lamar Jackson. So he was able to not just rely on his favorite target, you know what I mean, and he actually go through his progressions and really spread the wealth, and was able to form a chemistry with Isaiah Likely, the tight end that came through. You know what I mean? I think Mark Andrews came back too early. I think they should have just kept it how it was. You see, I agree. The black quarterback should have run, but Lamar, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Lamar is different, dog. He's I always say this when we talk about, we don't want our quarterbacks running, but I'll say this: you make exceptions for exceptional people. Not everybody gets treated the same. And Lamar Jackson, I always call he's the glitch in the system, man. He's the glitch. He's the only quarterback you gotta play him differently, man. And he said he was trying to launch deep shots too much. I don't know what happened, because during the regular season he was playing it perfect. What he would do in the regular season, he was spreading the wealth. He was really passing it and then ran when he had to. I'm talking about when he had to. Like Lamar Jackson was like professional and in the regular season. And like when he ran, he just ran, got the first down, out of bounds, straight. You know what I mean? He was perfect. Like that's what they should have been doing. But for some reason, I don't know what he just decided he didn't want to, and he had space to run. So I don't know why he just I don't know if he kept hearing the I like if I was advising Lamar Jackson, I said, look, they're gonna talk shit about you anyways, because you're not supposed to be where you're supposed to be. People don't understand. Like, so if you see it, especially it's the playoffs, bro. Go for broke. All bets are off, all the restrictions are off. If you see the lane, because when he runs, he changes the game. You know what I mean? Sorry, I meant to say black quarterbacks shouldn't run. But I say that I don't think like cute like what it depends on what team you're asking for. So like for the Ravens, he needs to do what he has to do, right? You said so I know what you mean though. Sorry, I meant to say the black quarterback shouldn't run. Stigma hurt Lamar. And like I said, like even with that like look, bro, do what you got to do, bro. That's always been my thing. I prefer my quarterbacks to pass first, then run. Now, unfortunately, what hurts Lamar, he is a pass first quarterback, but because when he runs, he's so great at it. And when he runs, he looks like Percy Harvin when he runs in the open field. So the lazy analysis is to think that Lamar Jackson is a run first quarterback, but he's really not. He's really a pass first quarterback, and people that watched him at Louisville knew this. You know what I mean? This is why there was a lot of I think there was a lot of college football analysts that saw the undertones of racism for the first time, because it was a lot of college football analysts that like, yo, they're like, yo, look, we don't running quarterbacks, it ain't it for the pros, but they still ranked Lamar Jackson high. But you still had your NFL scouts saying the same BS, And the college football scouts are like, I don't think you guys actually watch Lamar Jackson. He can run a pro system. He's actually pass first. It's just that he's just so fast. Like when Lamar Jackson is on the field, he's the fastest person on the field. He just happens to play quarterback. You know what I mean? So that hurts Lamar Jackson just on the visual side, because when they see him in the open field, when he runs, he doesn't look like a quarterback when he runs. So that's the only thing that really hurts him. And I just hope that Lamar Jackson wasn't listening to the people that was talking about he's a running back, bro. Because now look what everybody's saying. Everybody's saying he should have ran. So there's no way. That's why I said they're gonna anything that you do, they're gonna hate on you anyway. So Lamar running adds another dimension to the offense. Exactly. That's why I did not get why he just decided not to run. I was like, bro, when and they showed a clip of Odell Beckham Jr. going to Lamar like, bro, look, when you run, you change the game. He was telling him that on us. They caught him. Now, mind you, isn't OBJ supposed to be some so-called diva receiver that wants the ball? But he's like, bro, you need to run. This is a wide receiver telling Lamar Jackson. That's how good he is Lamar Jackson in the open field is something special. You know what I mean? Like Mike Vick, exactly. But I believe Lamar Jackson, like because when Michael Vick said Lamar is better than him, I was like, I don't know about that. But when I watch Lamar play, I'm like, yeah, he's better. He's better than Mike Vick. He's better than Mike Vick. I don't think he has a better arm than Mike Vick, but I think overall he's better than Mike Vick because Lamar Jackson protects the football better. He actually, like, Lamar Jackson to me is a more cerebral quarterback than Mike Vick, in my opinion. It's just Michael Vick was just so uberly talented that he got away with doing a lot of like Brett Favrean things. That, how can I put it? Like Michael Vick was so uberly talented, but he at the same time, Michael Vick was 5'11", 6 feet tall, 5'11", around Tua size. And Mike Vick kind of was like Brett Favre in the terms of he didn't always go by the playbook, you know. But seeing the different offensive coordinator when they added Monk as the OC, you can tell that Lamar can pick up a playbook and just be like, oh, all right, let me do it like this. It's you don't really have to change a whole lot of the offense that people thought you had to do with Lamar. You really that's what it showed with Monk as the new OC. It actually showed, especially when Mark Andrews went out injured. He actually played. Lamar Jackson actually played better because he actually was going through all of his wide receivers and not relying on Mark Andrews to give him all the catches. And he established a chemistry with Isaiah Likely. So to me, I think Lamar Jackson is more cerebral. So this is why I think Mike Vick said, and Lamar Jackson's going to have a longer career than Mike Vick. You know what I mean? Now, Mike Vick, he got done dirty, though. He got they did him dirty with that dog stuff. I'm not saying he should have gotten away with it, but here's the thing with Mike Vick too. He was another glitch in the system, right? Like Mike Vick, the problem is when you got these quarterbacks coming in like a Lamar Jackson or a Mike Vick, it exposes a lot of the Trevor Lawrences of the world, right? The Jared Goffs, right? And you're like, you're seeing Mike Vick take an Atlanta team that wasn't supposed to go anywhere into the NFC Championship, and you're just like, wow, that was quick. Look how fast he turned around that franchise. And now you're really looking at these so-called number one picks like a Alex Smith. Who else? You're like, how is this guy number one pick? A Carson Wentz. You look at that, like, how are these guys number one picks? Yeah, I said Jared Goff. Well, Carson Wentz was number two. But you're literally looking at these people now. And then on top of that, the reason why, okay, this is also the reason why they try to keep guys like Lamar Jackson out of the league when you look at the AFC North, any team that faces the Steelers, the Browns in particularly, the Bengals, it's impossible to play these teams because they're shifting their deep they are tailoring their defenses to make sure the quarterback doesn't outrun their edge rushers. So now when these team when the Browns face any team outside of the AFC North, they literally dominate them. I'm talking about when it comes to sacking the QB pressure because they're used to running running after Lamar Jackson. They're so used to running after a Deshaun Watson. They're like, we got to get this ninja down. So now you got TJ Watt, you got these guys, Myles Garrett, who's a damn mutant. This guy's a mutant. Now these guys face all these regular QBs with their little 2-3 drop step. That shit ain't gonna work against them. they finna hit the flow at least 3 times. Because even Lamar Jackson can't outrun the edge rushers that they send from the Steelers and the Browns. Please, you know what I mean. But anyway, let's enough about Lamar Jackson. Let's talk about these other quarterbacks, right? When Cam Newton talks about game changer, game managers, he mentions as game managers Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa, Brock Purdy, and Jared Goff. He said these people are game managers, not game changers. And I believe because they are not game changers, they should not be paid game changer money. And you can say I'm pocket watching for saying that, but the money that's a lot of these quarterbacks be getting just because they're a quarterback, this come on, man. Come on. We cannot be doing this in 2024, right? I believe when we're talking about Dak, he does not deserve that kind of money that he's getting. I'm sorry. He needs to take a pay cut. Tua needs to take well, he didn't get a contract yet. He's playing for a contract and he proved that he's a game manager. And I'll say this, when I saw Tua at Alabama, I liked Tua at Alabama, but I believe in terms of ability, when we're talking about tangibles, not intangibles, tangibles, I thought Herbert should have been drafted over Tua. You know what I mean? Because let's keep it real. Alabama was stacked. Alabama was stacked. Like when Tua went declared for the draft, Alabama didn't miss a beat. They put Mac Jones in there, who's worse than Tua, and they won the national championship the next year. So Tua, people don't understand the track team of wide receivers that Tua was working with at Alabama. He had people don't let me show you the wide receivers that Tua was working with at Alabama at one point. He had Henry Ruggs, Waddle, Devontae Smith, and I said Ruggs, right? And I'm missing one person. And Judy, Jerry Judy. That was my favorite one. He had Jerry Judy, Waddle, Devontae Smith, and Henry Ruggs rotating from the wide receiver position. I mean, talk about a stacked wide receiver room, bro. I mean, this is a track team. You got these. He was literally passing it to these players and in stride. I can't diminish that. He was throwing it to him in stride, but Tua was such an upgrade from Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts was ass when he was playing at Alabama for the first 2 years when he was starting. Well, 1.5 years he was starting. But especially that first year, Jalen Hurts struggled with the Alabama team because he's not like Jalen Hurts. You need to put him in a spread, like an option type, offense, a spread offense. They were, and Nick Saban wasn't running that. Lane Kiffin wasn't really Lane Kiffin wasn't really running that. You know what I mean? They was not building it around Jalen's strengths. This is why when Tua finally stepped in, it was almost like a breath of fresh air because like, oh my God, we got a quarterback that can throw. You know what I mean? Now Jalen Hurts ended up proving his worth when he went to Oklahoma, when Lincoln Riley, you know what I mean, making anybody Heisman winners. Jalen Hurts could have won the Heisman that year, but that Alabama team is so stacked. Anybody can step in that quarterback position at Alabama. Not now, but I'm talking about before NILs, when Alabama had all the running backs, all the tight ends, all the wide receiver, all the fullbacks. Anybody could step in that QB position and look good. So Tua got overrated eventually. He's not a first round, like, I'm sorry, in terms of like, he's not a top 5 pick, but he ended up being a top 5 pick. So that's Tua. Now Dak, here's the thing. He's a really good game manager, and when he was at his best, he was a really good game manager when we're talking about his first year when he was starting. Now, everybody just thought that Dak was going to take that next step and become a game changer, but really, it's like history is now showing us that Dak only works well when he has like an elite running game, right? Now, and also when we talk about Dak's first year, Dak played really well with Dallas because their offensive line, they had the best offensive line in the league, dog. People don't even realize, like, the year before, like, let me see, what was it? 2 years before. No, I'm wrong. Yeah. No. I'm right. I think I'm right on with that. I think 2 years before that, when Tony Romo was the starter, we're talking about the 2014-2015 season, Dallas's O-line was the best O-line I'm talking about that I ever seen in my life. I like this was a damn wall. This was they had a wall. They like, anybody look back, Dallas had a wall. And and on top of that, I thought their rookie offensive guard, Zach Martin, I thought he should have won Rookie of the Year that year, but they gave it to Odell Beckham. I still don't get it, but you know, I think it was because of the catch. But they had a ridiculously good offensive line and a great running game, right? With DeMarco Murray. That was prior to Dak's coming. Now, when Dak came, he came in with Zeke, still the same pieces at the offensive line position, right? And you had Zeke, and I think another running back backing him up at the time. And you had Jason Witten and Des Bryant. Well, he was a threat, but him and Dak didn't really mesh. He with that was a running team. That was a running first team, and Dak benefited a lot from that because when he was at Mississippi State the previous year, Dak was working with nothing, but he still willed him. He still had them as like the number 1 team at one point before they faced Alabama that year. So Dak was doing a lot with nothing when he was at Mississippi State compared to everybody else in the SEC. So that's why Dak had great early success, but he's never really, and most of the numbers that he's getting, it looks like from my vantage point, most of it is from garbage time. So I can't give him the credit to be game changer. So now we covered Dak, we covered Tua. He said Brock Purdy. Now Brock Purdy right here. Okay. Brock Purdy is, I look at Brock Purdy, his ceiling is Jared Goff. That's his ceiling. Meaning Jared Goff was at his best when the team is stacked and he's not facing any pressure, and he has a great running game and great wide receivers to work with. Basically a super stacked team like he has with the Lions right now. You have 2 great running backs, 2 great receivers, great offensive line, great coach, but and if you give Jared Goff that, right? He's not gonna mess it up. He'll still bring you to uh 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 he'll make it in the playoffs. He'll do decent, but he's not gonna get you over the hump. And that's how I look at Brock Purdy, because people don't understand the 49ers team, that's probably one of the most stacked teams I've seen in a while. I'm talking about you have elite players in damn near every position you have. They even have an elite. The 49ers even have an elite fullback. They don't even have fullbacks anymore in the league. They have elite weapons. I'm talking about in every position they have an elite. I'm talking about an all pro caliber player in each position in the 49ers. I don't know how can they afford all these people? Even I'm talking about even in the offensive side, elite running back, elite wide receiver, two elite wide receivers technically, an elite fullback. They don't even make those. Then they have an elite tight end. So that's on the offensive side. Elite off. They have at least one elite offensive lineman in Trent Williams. This is a guy that's going to make the Hall of Fame. Then even on defense, you have, bro, you got Chase Young and Bosa at your edge. You got Warner in the middle. These are elite talent. This is what you call elite talent in every position, dog. Their corners can't get got. They have elite, bruh. They have elite talent. I'm talking about in basically every level. Every level, they got like elite talent everywhere. It's like ridiculous. If you're the quarterback of the 49ers, all you have to do is not mess up and you can go to the Super Bowl. Look at Jimmy. Jimmy Garoppolo is terrible, bro. They made the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo and almost beat the Chiefs in 2020. Almost beat the Chiefs with Jimmy Garoppolo as quarterback. That's you don't even have to do nothing to get to the Super Bowl if you're the quarterback of the 49ers. Now, over the years, you're gonna see 49ers are not gonna be able to have that talent like they like like they have, right? They're not gonna be able to keep all that talent. And we're gonna see what Brock Purdy, what he really is, and what Brock Purdy is Jared Goff. Jared Goff, people forget, like Jared Goff was trash before Sean McVay came when he was at the Rams. And what Sean McVay did was take the ball out of his hands. He basically called all of his plays for him, even gave him all of his reads. Um, and on top of that, Todd Gurley, they ran the offense through Todd Gurley, and then basically everybody else benefited up through there. You had at the time, you had what's that guy's name? Robert Woods. I forgot that guy's name, Robert Woods, and you had Cooper Kupp, but he was like one of the secondary wide receivers at the time. But the team was ran through Todd Gurley, basically. That's why when people were even saying, man, Jared Goff should have won, he's when he was being in MVP conversations that year in 2016, 2017, no, 2017, 2018, when people were saying, oh, he should be in an MVP discussion, people were like, nah, it's the offense is being run through Todd Gurley, because Todd Gurley, not only he was running it, he was catching it as well. You know what I mean? And when Todd Gurley's knee started fucking up on him that year, and they started using him less and less, and that ended up consequently plaguing him the next year because he just couldn't run the same downs because of his damn knee. You know what I mean? Like I believe this. I believe Todd Gurley would have made the Hall of Fame because now he's like a journeyman. I don't know what team Todd Gurley's on right now, but I believe Todd Gurley, without that knee injury that he got in college, I think he would have been a Hall of Famer. That's my opinion on him because he was really elite. But as Todd Gurley's knee started deteriorating on him, so did Jared Goff's numbers and his you know what I mean? So Jared Goff could only go as far as his talent around him, really. You know what I mean? That's kind of Gurley was with the oh yeah, I remember he did make a move to the Falcons, but I don't is he still there? Man, but I'll say when Todd Gurley was on the Rams, man, he was amazing. It's just his knee. It's his damn knee. That college injury fucked him up, bro. It really messed him up, man. Todd Gurley was an elite running back at his best, like elite. I'm talking about running it and catching it. He was elite. He ran that Rams offense when Sean McVay came through. He ran that offense, but that was his team, in my opinion. But like I said, Brock Purdy, same thing. When we talk about what's it? Jared Goff, game managers, really good game managers, not game changers. And then last, so I covered. So that's what he talked about: Dak, Tua, Brock Purdy, and Jared Goff. These guys are game managers, right? These are game managers. This like I always say this, especially when we talk about quarterbacks. When I think about elite talent, the standard, who's like the standard for elite talent? I say the standard is, I'll say today, the standard is Justin Herbert. That's the standard. You got to be, in terms of talent, for me to even consider you elite at the quarterback position. Are you even better than Justin Herbert? Because Justin Herbert has elite talent. I wouldn't consider him elite now, right? But that's the standard. Justin Herbert, that's the standard for me. You got to be able to, I got to be able to say you're better than Justin Herbert for me to even consider you as an elite talent at the quarterback position, because he's the standard. And in my that's my opinion. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's why I say there's only 4 game changers at the quarterback position. Really 4. You know what I mean? Patrick Mahomes proved literally when for Patrick Mahomes to lose his best wide receiver, when we're talking about last year when he won the Super Bowl last year, you lose your number 1 wide receiver and you still leading the, I'm talking about you spreading the wealth for real. And I know he still had Travis Kelce, who might be the greatest tight end of all time. But I'm just saying he had nobody at the wide receiver position. He had no number ones. He had no number ones at the wide receiver position, and he still won the Super Bowl. To me, that kind of just shuts the door on, oh, you're only relying on Tyreek Hill. So for me, I got nothing bad to say about Patrick Mahomes. Nothing bad. You know what I mean? Now, and I'll say this too. To me, when we're talking about, there's a lot of, I'll say this, Matt Ryan, because people were talking about whether or not if Matt Ryan should make the Hall of Fame. I say, listen, man, Matt Ryan to me, he's a game manager, bro. I don't, even when he won the MVP in 2016, 2017, I still don't think he should have won the MVP. If you were going to give it to a quarterback that season in 2016, 2017, I think Aaron Rodgers should have gotten it, because Aaron Rodgers had better numbers. He went on a ridiculous winning streak. He let Rodgers led the team to in passing and rushing. Rodgers was literally working with with no running back. They had to convert Ty Montgomery, because he used to play running back when he was like in high school or college or whatever. So you had a guy wearing like the number 88 or 89 running as a running back for the Packers at the time, and they could only rush it like 7 to 8 times a game. Everybody knew Rodgers was going to throw the ball damn near all the time, and for him to go on that winning streak, and I think he had something like 40 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That was ridiculous. To me, in my opinion, if you were going to give it to a quarterback that year, it should have went to Rodgers, but because he was pretty bad. Like that first 3 to 4 games, he was really not a good quarter. Aaron Rodgers was pretty bad those first 3 games, but I don't think Matt Ryan should have won it, because You had Kyle Shanahan calling the plays, and Kyle Shanahan he can literally you can have a stick at the quarterback position, and Kyle Shanahan can still find a way to get you to the Super Bowl. So, and on top of that, the Falcons had two elite running backs that year. They had Tevin Coleman and Devontae Freeman. They were both at that time. I'm not saying they are elite running backs, but at that time, they were both running the ball at an elite level. You had Mohamed Sanu and Julio Jones. Julio Jones, who was basically the best player in the league, really. So you had him and you had Austin Hooper at the tight end spot. I mean, that team was stacked. Offensively, that team was stacked. But, people want to give Matt Ryan the credit. They wanted to give him the MVP. I didn't. For me, I didn't see it. I just looked at him and he was a veteran quarterback, former number one overall pick, that finally really had a squad to make a run in the playoffs. And on top of that, you had Kyle Shanahan running plays. He wasn't the head coach, but he was the OC. He was running the plays at the time. So to me, I don't look at Matt Ryan. I've never really looked at him like as an elite quarterback. I've never really seen him as an elite quarterback. Like to me, an elite quarterback is somebody I got a game plan for. Like it's somebody like I'm like, damn, I gotta like if I'm a DC, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I really got a game plan for him. So there's only a few players at that position that you got a game plan for. That's Patrick Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Lamar Jackson. Those are the only quarterbacks if I'm a DC, I got a game plan for these guys. This is what Cam Newton's talking about, game changer. This is why I don't think Eli Manning should go to the Hall of Fame because he's never been a good quarterback. he's actually been pretty bad. It's just the few times that he's made the playoffs, he's made magical runs. He's made magical runs in the playoffs where not many people could say, yo, I beat Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady twice. You know what I mean? Not many quarterbacks can say that they have that on their resume. So, and on top of that, it's really the last name. If his last name was something else, if it was Eli Johnson, he would not make the Hall of Fame, but he would always get respect from other football players. But they would never say Eli Manning's like Hall of Fame. Nah, but because his last name is Manning, he's gonna make the Hall of and the voters are such kiss asses, such pieces of shit, really. But because his last name is Manning, he's gonna make the Hall of Fame, and it shouldn't. But he said, "I agree. Eli never impressed me. Eli was pretty bad a lot of the times. I'm not gonna say most of the time, but a lot of the times he was pretty bang average. But because of those magical playoff runs that he's had, like I'm thankful for Eli for beating Tom Brady twice because we would never hear the end of it from the Patriots fans if they actually won 6 Super Bowls, right? You know what I mean? So I respect him for that, and I respect him for beating Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field. I gotta respect him for that. But he's not an elite quarterback. He's not. But because of his last name and because of the position he plays, and on top of that, the New York Giants is a very respected franchise. He's gonna make the Hall of Fame. Even though it's ridiculous, but and I'll say this: if Matt Ryan even gets no, I'll tell you this: if Andrew Luck gets into the Hall of Fame, that would be ridiculous. Say if somebody start talking about, I think Andrew Luck. No. If Andrew Luck even gets a sniff at a mention, that means we got to put Cam Newton in there expeditiously fat and fast. Because Cam Newton to me was better than Andrew Luck. That, in my opinion, working with way less, had to do way more, and he still made the a Super Bowl and won an MVP. Please. And let's talk about when we're talking about game changer with Cam. People are trying to say that Cam Newton wasn't a game changer. I was like, are you serious? Cam Newton is one of the rare ones, like, that was like a number one overall pick and was an actual game changer. Most number one overall picks at the QB position end up flaming out. Most of them end up flaming out. Cam Newton, I'm talking about, has always been that guy since high school, since college, and in the NFL. He had to, dude, how many quarterbacks can say, look, I got Ted Ginn Jr., Mr. No Hands himself, as my number one wide receiver option. Even though he was really fast, he can separate, but this dude cannot catch the ball. But anyway, with Ted Ginn Jr. as his number one wide receiver, he made it. He won an MVP, went 15-1, almost went undefeated, went 15-1, could have won the Super Bowl, but that Denver Broncos defense was on another level, right? He was basically, for the Panthers, he was their number one passing option and their number one running option. Like, he had to do everything, and he still had less turnovers than freaking Andrew Luck. So, like, and on top of that, people were like, the shots that he took in terms of like the shots that Cam Newton took was damn near criminal. Like, man, come on. Like, you're not even allowed to breathe on Tom Brady. I seen Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, these guys be running up on, like, all, like, they running through the middle of the field without getting touched before they slide. I've never seen Cam Newton be able to just run through the middle of the field without him getting popped silly. Like, it was, come on. The only other quarterback that I see get hit like Cam Newton is Justin Fields. Like, I don't know what, like, with Justin Fields and Cam Newton, the referees just literally just, anytime they get hit, they just be like, just play on. I can't see none. Like, Fields and Cam Newton, they get hit. Like, it's like ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like, it's like they get, like, the hits that they take. That's why Cam Newton ended up basically, I don't know if he's officially retired yet, but he basically had to end up retiring early because of the hits. Like, the hits that he took was like, it's just, it's impossible. Like, there's no way. Like, Aaron Rodgers, he gets tackled like a normal human being. He breaks his collarbone, and then they decide to change the rules where now the defensive ends, if they tackle you as a quarterback, they can't put your full body weight. I'm like, what? What? I mean, come on. My God. They said Cam was always a target. Yeah. Even I'll even say, like, I want people to research this because I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not gonna get into depth into this, but people need to understand this. When Cam Newton was in college, when he won the Heisman, they told him he couldn't bring his father at the ceremony. That's never happened to really anybody else. And people, you can look this stuff up. He wasn't allowed to bring his dad at the Heisman ceremony. So, like, Cam is one of those guys. Unfortunately, he's always had a target on his back, even when he was at Florida, even when he was at Florida in college. Um, yeah, like that Cam Newton was definitely a game changer. You definitely had a game plan for a Cam Newton. You know what I mean? He's a game changer. Now, I'm hearing something like, I think he said he called himself a game manager, but no. Cam Newton was a game changer. He was definitely a game changer. You don't win the MVP with Ted Ginn Jr. as your number one wide receiver with being a game manager. No, that doesn't happen. And I know he had Greg Olsen at the tight end position, but let's keep it real. It was Ted Ginn Jr. was his number one option. Like, bruh. People don't like Ted Ginn Jr. Like, this dude cannot catch, bro. They lost one of the. I think the loss. I think the loss was to the. Is because this ninja cannot catch, bro. Ted Ginn Jr. He's the typical all speed, no hands. That's Ted Ginn Jr., bro. This guy was a massive liability at that wideout position. I don't even remember the rest of the wideouts that the Panthers had. And low key, Kevin Benjamin being out with injury for the whole year basically blessed Cam, because now it's coming out that Kevin Benjamin, not only was a fat ass that didn't want to lose weight, he was a diva. Cam Newton had to deal with a diva at wide receiver, motherfucker that can't stop eating. He had to deal with that. You had to deal with the owners that really wasn't bringing talent in like that. I mean, come on. Cam Newton he wasn't working with much, dog. He really wasn't working with much. Thank God he had Greg Olsen, somebody. Outside of that, he was like not working with none, and he still won a couple of divisional titles, and he still made a Super Bowl, and still won an MVP. Like come on, he wasn't working with much, man. I mean, come on. But that's what we talk about. Game changer, game manager. A lot of these people that people put up in the air, like a Tua, a Dak Prescott, right? Who else? A Brock Purdy. These guys are not elite quarterbacks. I remember people were trying to convince the casuals that Jimmy Garoppolo was good. And I'm like, maybe maybe it's just me, but I just saw him win a game completing 3 passes. That's not because that means he's not the reason that they're winning. It's everybody else. You win in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. He won a playoff game against a top 10 QB of all time in Aaron Rodgers, completing 3 passes. That's not the quarterback running the game. That means the OC is on it, the DC's on it, right? And the players around you are elite. You can have a straw playing a quarterback for the 49ers, and they're still gonna make it to where they need to make it at. You got Brandon Ayuk, you got Deebo Samuels, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got George Kittle. You even have a fullback. You have Kyle Juszczyk. You have an elite fullback as well. Which I'm talking about. Most teams don't even have fullbacks, and they got one. It's like, come on. But yeah, that's when it comes to this sports talk. I can go on and on. Oh, and let me elaborate on this too. Look, I don't think Tom Brady's the GOAT. Let me elaborate on this, because I've said this before, but Tom Brady is not the GOAT. I believe he's the greatest quarterback of all time. I just don't think he's the greatest player of all time. To me, if we're talking about greatest player of all time, to me, if I'm taking the definition player, the greatest player of all time, technically it's Deion Sanders. Because not only was he the best cornerback ever, right? He also one of the greatest punt returners, kick returners ever. Not only that, he also played on the offensive side. He also was playing wide receiver. I mean, I'm talking about playing it at such a level. I mean, like, people don't understand how ridiculous that is for him. But, it's not going to get, people want to say Lawrence Taylor's the greatest player of all time. I understand. I mean, imagine you're dominating you're so dominant at your position, at the outside linebacker position. Not only do players want to be at that position because of you, they ended the football. They had to create a position. Left tackle. They had to glamorize that position. They had to basically create a position to stop a LT from prospering. That's how dominant he was. That, to me, when we talk about greatest of all time and stuff like that, I take stuff like that into consideration. And I'll say this, let me give Patrick Mahomes his credit. He's so dominant at the QB position right now, Patrick Mahomes, that that basically when he beat Josh Allen a couple years ago in the playoffs, the league felt so bad because Josh Allen didn't get the ball back. They decided to change the overtime rules for the playoffs. So every quarterback can get a chance to get the ball back. To me, that lowers Josh Allen's value in my eyes, and that raises Patrick Mahomes' value in my eyes. I'm like, wow, so you feel so bad for Josh Allen. You love him so much, you're gonna change the rules for him. And then on top of that, I look at it as a Chief. If I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm like, wow, you guys are that scared of our quarterback and our offense that you know that we about to score. It's like we about to score. So it's like, damn, we got to change the rules. So now I got to raise Patrick Mahomes stock like this. Because now I got to look at it at Patrick Mahomes like, yeah, this guy is definitely a top 5 QB of all time. This guy is a game changer. He is a game changer. But like I said, Tom Brady, for me, he's not the GOAT. And here's why. They've changed now. The way they've changed the rules, where you can't put your hands on a wide receiver anymore. You can't if the quarterback is throwing, you can't tackle them at their lower leg. If they slide, you got to back off. What I mean, if you have a position on the field where motherfuckers can't even tackle you, but they can tackle everybody else, how can I call you the GOAT? That's to me, I can't do that out of respect for everybody else on the field. I remember when I would watch Rob Gronkowski play, right? Who's probably the greatest tight end of all time. You had defenders literally aiming for his knees and his ankles. So if I'm talking about you're an elite wideout or elite tight end, and you literally have to worry about defenders specifically going for your knee, specifically going for your ankles, and the quarterbacks, they don't got to worry about that shit. It's a penalty. If you go for their lower legs, it's a penalty. If you tackle Rob Gronkowski at his legs, it's a great football play, and you have to do that, or you're not going to be able to stop him. So how can I call Tom Brady the GOAT? I can't do that. I can say he's the greatest quarterback of all time, but I can't call you the GOAT. If they tackling you, that's like, okay, that's like saying a goalkeeper in soccer is the greatest player of all time. That's like me saying Gianluigi Buffon is the greatest soccer player of all time. That's just disrespectful to everybody else. It's just the rules for a goalkeeper and everybody else on the field is so different. Goalkeepers can use their hands. They can foul you while they're catching the ball. I mean, bruh. You're not tracking their scoring. Like when we're talking about the QB position in football, right? We have to give them a separate, like almost like how they give like a separate award for the pitchers in baseball. They got to do that with the QB position because it's just such a different position from everybody else. And there's so much, not only that, there's so much protection around a QB where you can't hit him unless if your name is Justin Fields or Cam Newton. You know? But that's it. That's like, it's that simple for me. But, I'll say that most people are afraid to say this though. Because I'll be like, man, Tom Brady's not the GOAT, dog. There's no way. Not to me. Like to me, I consider the QB position very like just different from everybody else. The QBs need their own separate award. From like the MVP and stuff like that, they need their own separate award. It's just football is way too much of a team sport for me to say, oh, this QB is the greatest is the greatest player of all time. I've even heard people say stuff like where people talking about Tom Brady's the greatest athlete of all time. What? When we got Usain Bolt, you got Michael Phelps, you got Lionel Messi. What? Nah, stop it. Stop it. You got Michael Jordan, right? You got Shaq. Man, stop it. Stop it, man. Dude, as much as we be ripping LeBron James for flopping, LeBron James probably gets more contact in a game than Tom Brady has probably had in the past 3 to 4, 5 years. You're not allowed to touch him when he you're not even allowed to push these guys after the fact anymore. You literally are not allowed to touch him, or you're gonna get a roughing the passer. So how can I put somebody that means the only QBs I can put as potential GOATs are guys that played pre 2000s era, pre 2000s Ravens. I like to say pre Ray Lewis Ravens. Those are the only QBs I'm gonna say. Look, I understand if somebody puts them at the GOAT conversation because they got treated like an actual football player, meaning they got tackled. Like, have you ever seen like the 80s, like the 70s football promos when they were taking the quarterbacks and literally sumo slam wrestling them on their heads, dog, on their heads. I'm talking about the 70s. Oh, I don't know if I can bring I don't want to bring it up, but I remember seeing it was like a 70s promo, an NFL commercial to show that the NFL is about to go on. And they showing all these tackles that these that these football players were making on the quarterback. Those are all penalties, all like suspensions in today's game. I can't just out of respect for everybody else, out of respect for the running backs. Look what happened to Nick Chubb's legs. Look what happened to his legs. You can't even hit quarterbacks like that. Where the the defender literally made a beeline for Nick Chubb's legs and literally dislocated his leg. Made a beeline for his leg. You're not even you can't even sniff on the QB. But you want me to say, like, in terms of the danger, that's a factor. But you want me to say that Tom Brady's the GOAT. That's crazy. Absolute hogwash. Or even if you want to say Tom Brady's the best football player of all time, fine. But greatest athlete of all time, man, no, no. Dude. We talk about Usain Bolt, bro. Look, dude, I saw you when I saw Usain Bolt in the Olympics, bro, for the first time, and he's literally gliding past these ninjas, looking back at it. Do you remember that scene in Fat Albert when he was racing against Reggie? And he's like, "Man, Reggie, you running real good." And he just running backwards, just looking at Reggie. You know what, man? You doing real good. That's how Usain Bolt is literally looking back at these ninjas like and casually breaking records. You're just literally looking like this guy's not human. But you want me to say Tom Brady's a better athlete than Usain Bolt? Please. Better than Michael Phelps? Man, I remember they did like for Michael Phelps. People might not remember because it was the only. Oh man, good night, Angel. Man, peace out, bro. But man, it's like I remember seeing Michael Phelps profile. They did like a whole profile for Michael Phelps, like how he's built, and being like 6'4", how like basically hands the size of restaurants plates, just must like no body fat, like nobody. Dude's a tank. But you want me to put Tom Brady over a damn machine? I'm literally looking at a machine. A machine. Please. Please. Or when we talk about in boxing, Floyd Mayweather. He's probably the greatest athlete of all time, but Americans don't want to give Floyd Mayweather his props for some weird reason. I don't know why that reason is, but people don't want to give Floyd Mayweather his props for going undefeated against all the top fighters of his time. Like I remember like when he finally faced Pacquiao and people are talking about you're waiting till Pacquiao gets old. I'm like, Floyd Mayweather's older than Pacquiao. I'm like, what do you mean waiting for him to get old? He's older than this ninja. Bruh. I'll say this about Floyd. That was like I remember like um when we're talking about the pre-fights, right? The promotion, that is one of the Floyd Mayweather is one of the funniest self promoters I have ever seen in my life. Easily. He was hilarious. Man, I'll never forget what he said. I forgot. I think he was making fun of why I'm blanking on his name. The guy that he faced in 2011. I'm blanking on this boxer's name right now. Anyway, I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. The one that he knocked out that people say was a cheap knockout. I'm blanking on his name. He was making fun of his story about how his parents left him. And he was like, "Man, black parents leave all the time." How he said half of the black parents half of the black people raised themselves. I was laughing so hard when I heard that. I was like, "Yo, this dude is wild, man." By the way, Floyd Mayweather's grandson, right? The Spawn that came out of NBA YoungBoy, uh, uh, the dude, the basically the product of NBA YoungBoy and Floyd Mayweather's daughter. That little grandson, give it 16 more shoot, give it 13, 14 more years. You're gonna see him by the year 2040, he's gonna be like the number one boxer in the world. You got NBA young boys genes mixed with Floyd Mayweather's please. That's gonna be the best. He's gonna be the best fighter ever. He's gonna have the quickness of Floyd Mayweather and the aggression of NBA YoungBoy. Oh my God, please. This dude is gonna be the greatest fighter known to mankind. He's gonna be the greatest fighter known to mankind. Anyways, let's see. Let's see, man. But yeah, any other sports questions you can ask me. I'm gonna bring up some Instagram clips. But I'll say I'm fixing my Instagram thing in terms of the videos not buffering and whatnot. It's all gonna be fixed by this week. It's all it's gonna be all fixed. It's all gonna be fixed. I got some things coming through. I got something coming through. So my videos will stop buffering because it'll be like some videos it buffer, some it doesn't. It'll be like, so why does this video work, but it's on my lives? But that's all changing. That's all changing. This week that's all gonna change. But let's see if I bring up Instagram today. Let me see what we got. Oh, it's 12:08 already. Okay. So let me make this quick. Let's see. Like if my Instagram's not working, I'm not gonna push it. If my Instagram's not, because I've been through everything that I've covered everything that I've needed to cover in my sports rant. I covered everything that I needed to cover. And by the way, speaking of which, now that I'm bringing this stuff up, the amount of men that I see ripping on Cam Newton because he didn't dive on the ball. And I'm like, bro, out of all the accomplishments in his career, you're gonna hold that up in the air. It's like, wow. People talk about like how, oh, when men fail, right? Nobody picks them up when they fail, but you guys do it with these athletes all the time. You know what I mean? So let's bring up a video real quick. This is not sports related. Let me bring up something real quick because I'm going to cover this. I'm going to cover this in a little while. I'm going to cover this in a little while. Okay. So, we got in my future videos we're going to talk about the Christ pill, right? You know, Take the Christ, don't take the red pill, take the Christ pill. These goofballs. You're probably gonna see me get mad on one of these when I start reacting to these videos. All right. You got these Christ pill people. These people are pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. But we'll cover that. I'm gonna cover that probably this week. I don't know if I'm gonna make a live stream on it. I should, just to make it a whole show, but you're gonna see me do some clips on these Christ pill people, man. And these people, like these Christ pill dudes, they want you. They think they're better than these red pill people. They want men to stay. They want the men to have chastity and still take on bad deals with these 304s, like reformed 304s, right? And basically bite the bullet. Nah. And then act like ninjas is like people in the RP are wrong for saying that, yo, you got to get your body count up a little bit. You got to get some experience out here so you know what you're doing. And they're saying that we're wrong for that. And we gotta take a bad deal. Man, stop. But I'm gonna cover that because those guys are making me mad. But let's see how the buffering works. I'm gonna show you a couple of my Instagram clips real quick. I'm gonna show you that. Let's see. Hopefully, you don't know buffering. So I want you to see the caption real quick because you're gonna see a lot of these girls now. Basically switch. So you know how everybody was preaching as strong and independence and I don't need no man and blah blah blah. But now that the economy's kicking ass, right? You're gonna see a lot of girls returning to church, right? This is why I try to warn the Christians, right, and the Muslims that this is gonna happen. You're gonna have these. At first they were going to Home Depot looking for husbands. Now they're gonna go back to church looking for a simp, but they're still looking for Chad. They're looking for a Chad that knows Bible verses and stuff like that. That's what they're still going to do. And you're seeing like supposed Christian women, right? But look at these captions. Look at this crap. Look at this caption right here. When God finally sends me a good man, but he's shorter than 5'7". Take a look.
I don't want this one. I don't want. Send another one, please. I promise I'm not being ungrateful. I promise. I don't want this one. I don't want. Send another one, please. I promise I'm not being ungrateful.
Like when you see these new 304s, well, and retaining 304s in the church, they're still going to be looking for Chad. Just to let y'all know. Like I remember I even saw another video where it was a girl, it was a single bitch, right? And she was trying to talk about she basically made up some statistics on the spot where she was like, look, I don't know where to find a single man. I mean, in this church, all of them are married and she was making this like 90% of them are married and blah blah. She was making up stats on the spot, and then the preacher was like, "Wait, hold on for a second. Oh, can we bring all the single men to the front?" And it damn near filled up the whole congregation. All the single men that stood up. But like I said, really, girls like that, they're looking for it like if you're working in parking ministry, no, she's not looking for you if you're single. What she's looking for is one of the musicians, the pastor himself, the pastor's son, right? She ain't looking for no usher. And if you happen to be in one of these spots, you better be a Chad. You better be a Tyrone if you're working usher, parking ministry, and if you're single, or if you're working with kids, you better be a Chad or Tyrone, or she's not even gonna look at you, right? Because, like I said, all the musicians, they all got wives. Damn, they're not single. Damn, they're not. Yo, it's funny though. It's funny though. They're still looking for Chads in church, dog. Right? And mind you, these are the same 304s that complain about, oh, men are shallow, right? Oh, men are only. I thought apparently we thought men were the shallow ones, but they still on that height stuff. And I'll say this: what people got to understand now. And AJ was talking about this yesterday on the channel. These new 304s, they're not really going for money like they used to, in terms of when we're talking about procreation purposes. They're going for straight genetics, meaning they want their child to look a certain way, even if it's not height. They're looking at your face, right? All that stuff. So a lot of them are not even going off status anymore. Especially if you're dealing with a woman that makes her own money, she's not even really going off status. She's going off straight genetics. When you look at let me take for example Kelsey Plum, the WNBA player that was asked talking about equal pay or whatever. She decided to have a husband. And who did she choose? Darren Waller, right? 6'5" tight end, uh, 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 light skinned black dude from the Giants, right? Formerly from the Raiders, right? She went off straight genetics. When you look at Simone Biles, who does she chase? I'm talking about she chased him. She chased the homie Jonathan Owens, over 6 feet tall, right? Kind of light skinned dude. Black. She was looking for a black dude, right? She got what she was looking for. When you talking about specifically the girls of today, they're going for straight genetics. And don't think because she's in church that stops. They're going off straight genetics. You know what I mean? They're doing like, unfortunately, that's what it is. And look, everybody's basically like, yeah. And if you look at the comment section, they're like, man, why? I'm sorry, but this is me too. He's got to be super tall, blah, blah, blah. So they're only aiming for a certain percentage, right? When you're dealing with 304s, particularly American 304s, the Chad hunting does not stop. I'm talking about they be 30 something years old and they think they're still entitled to Chad and Tyrone, right? So now here's the irritating part about this though. This is the irritating part about this, right? You'll have even the Chads. So you'll even have the Chads and the Tyrones if they're having trouble dating, or you have the guy, we're not Chad, we're not Tyrone, or even if we are a certain height, right? We're not, you have a stable job, you're not exciting, right? You're not a drug dealer, right? You're quote unquote boring. And say if these guys decide to go overseas, these same 304s will shame you for leaving, and you never had a chance with them in the first place. But they're calling, they'd be mad at you leaving. It's the most insane thing. Like they're so mad at the passport bros. But I'm like, okay, were you going to give them a chance? Ever? Were you going to give them a chance? No. So let them go. But they go, and it's a problem. it's the craziest thing. So you'll have guy that's 5'7", 5'8", 5'9". Okay, let me trap. Let me get out of here. And he shows his successes overseas because they're not really this. There's a lot of spots, especially when you talk about Italy, right? These spots or any Asian country, really, they don't be tripping off height like that because if you're 5'7" in like certain Asian countries, you're actually normal height. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so you'll go over there and you'll be straight, and they will be talking ish about you for leaving. Like, or say if you're having trouble with a certain race of women because you want different results, you'll be like, okay, let me expand my options, and it's a problem. And I'm like, you were never gonna get. It's like you're never gonna get the shot. But then you leave the country or you leave the state. You just leave it. You find somewhere else and you're good, and it's a problem. It's a problem. It's insane. It's weird how that works. Oh, okay, right here. So a girl asks a question here. She goes, "Why do 5 feet tall women need a tall man?" Interesting. So let me see the answers for that. She said, "Preference is preference. My last ex was 5'8". I'm 5'7". My first ex was 6'1". I'm 5'7". Dates I've had, she was 5'11". I'm 5'6". Sometimes the shorter guy attracts the taller girl. Win is a win. She goes, "I guess you're right. It just bothers me that people look too much on the outside and little shorties who are 5 foot won't even consider a man who's under 6 feet." Yeah, I'll say this. It's crazy. Like it'll be a girl that likes, like, I remember it was a girl that likes me. She's 5'8", 5'9", but it'll be a girl that's like five, literally 5'2", 5'3", talking about I need a dude 6'5" or for 6'5" or taller, but that's what it is now. I've even heard a midget say that. I've heard like a midget girl. I'm talking about this is a strip. Mind you, she's a stripper and she's a midget. She said, "Oh no, the guy can only be 6 feet." I'm like, "You're a midget." She's literally under 4 feet tall, talking about 6 feet in love. But I guess she's looking at it at a pure genetic side. So this is why also, if you are a guy that is genetically gifted, and that could be height, that could be face, that could be whatever you're packing downstairs, that can be anything. If you're one of these three, you have to be careful because you can be praying mantis, meaning she could look at you like you're a complete goofball, but you're 6'2", but you're goofy. But she's looking at you, like, "Oh, okay, I'm just gonna take one baby from him and then divorce him." That's what these girls are doing now. They'll just be like, "Okay, let me take this goofy tall dude and I'm gonna just keep this one and then cut it off from there. And I could be super mom to my future NBA player." But that's what it is. Said because society has told people it's okay to be shallow and body shaming. It's not necessarily just the it's just the consistency, right? We were told that men were the shallow ones just because they prefer women that are not fat. And these are things that you can change, but you can't change nobody's package size. You can't change people's height. And technically, you really can't change people's money because it's only made for only a certain percentage of people to make a certain amount of money. But these are the things that women will ask of men. But the stuff that men ask of women, every woman can achieve it. Most women can achieve it. I'll say it like that. What men ask from women, especially when we talk about preferences and whatnot, most women can achieve it. Even if you're saying, "Okay, I want to," those guys, "I want a 19-year-old virgin," blah blah blah. Now, it sounds crazy, but every woman can actually achieve that, or she's been that at one point of her life. She just blew it when she was actually at the position. You know what I mean? So what men ask from women when we're talking about preferences, most women can meet them. Most women are able to meet it actually with very minimal effort, to be quite honest with you. But apparently we're the shallow ones. Let me see. So here's the delusion right here. So she says, "Legit, the only preference I have is to be adequately taller than me, and I'm not even that tall myself, only 5'7". So why it's so hard? First of all, to be 5'7" for a girl is still above the average height of a girl. So that's actually pretty tall for a girl if you're 5'7", right? So a lot of women are very delusional on that end, right? And she doesn't realize it's so hard because there's only a certain percentage of men. And when she means 5'7", she really means you have to be 6 feet tall and above, because women like wearing heels. Women will add their heel height to their actual height. So when she says, "Oh, he needs to be adequately taller than me," meaning I need to be able to wear heels with this guy and me not overtower him. So if she's 5'7", that means she's looking for a guy that's 6'2" and above. You know what I mean? So because she's gonna wear those 5, 6 inch heels, that's gonna hurt her feet at the end of the night. But she's gonna be carrying the heels. It's like, man, my feet are killing me. But like I said, women love heels, which is weird because they hate them at the same time. It's a, that's like I said, that's women for you, you know. But that, that's what people gotta deal with, you know. But like I said, unfortunately, he said body shaming is only a thing if it comes to women's weight, right? Exactly. Even when I'll take it a step further. I'll take it a step further. I'll take it a step further. When we talk about grape, right? And people say grape isn't funny. You're not allowed to make jokes about grape. I actually vehemently disagree with that. And what's interesting is you just got to call them out on their hypocrisy, because obviously people are going to push back on you. The simps are going to push back because they don't want to look like a creep in front of girls. But I always, if you get challenged by it, just say this. Look, I'm like, whoa, do you follow Haha Davis on Instagram? Just ask them that. Do you follow Haha Davis on Instagram? Right? Do you like the Boondocks? Right? What's your favorite episode? You like that jail episode, right? Now they were making so much jokes about grape the whole time, and people found it funny. I saw you laughing, or we got Haha Davis, right? If you follow Haha Davis, he got famous for guards, basically making fun of a man getting it taken advantage of in jail. And that was what propelled him to the fame that he has. That's him making fun of male grape, right? But like I said, this is where you catch people up. So I was like, oh, so like I said, you're not allowed to make fun of women grape, right? But you can make fun of male grape all day long. Got you. That's all you got to say. But most people are afraid to make that argument. Yeah, because like you make that argument, people will be like, "You're ill. You're a creep," and like unfortunately, and men are only going to joke about or talk about stuff to make sure that they can still have a chance to get some punani somewhere. They're always going to try to make it weird. Can I please get a crumb of punani? They always try to. That's what men do. That's what men do. Like people understand. Like this is why. Like I'll see like white conservative men, especially these white conservative dudes. Like they'll make fun of black dudes for voting Democrat. I'm like, you guys don't get it, dog. I'm like, they'll learn eventually. They'll learn eventually. When you're seeing it right now, they're like, man, why are all these new dudes? They're all voting liberal. They're all turning into LGBT. Why? I'm like, why? I'm like, yeah. Why do you think that is? It's such a mystery, huh? Why the new generation of dudes are now compliant? Why these new generation of dudes is painting their nails? Why? Why do you think that's happening? And for some reason, particularly with white conservatives, they don't understand how this works. Whatever what women want or deem cool, this is what men will capitulate to. Whatever women deem to be the new thing, or to be the cool thing, to be the thing that can gain access to you, the men will capitulate. This is why the Democrats specifically target black women, because all the men will eventually capitulate. And you'll see this in the future. I'm like I said, a lot of y'all that claim that y'all conservatives, trust me, y'all, a lot of look, man, don't be shocked when a lot of your friends on paper is saying that he's a liberal. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked because at the end of the day, men are just gonna kowtow to whatever women want. White conservatives do, like particularly white male conservatives, they do not get this. They're like, man, why all these black males are they're voting Democrat, bruh. I'm like, why do you think? I'm like, it's the same reason why you're seeing all these boys coming up. They're all LGBT. That's what the women are grooming them to be that way, and men are going to capitulate to what women want. Dude, if you're a black atheist conservative, you getting no punani out here. I only know one of those dudes that's open about it. He's a black atheist and he's a conservative. He's the only person open. Dude, you're not. There's plenty of black dudes that are conservative by nature. They're conservatives, but they can't say it out loud. They're not gonna get no hoes, dog. You ain't gonna get. You're not gonna get no black woman being a black conservative. You're not gonna get no black woman. I'm telling you that right now. I'm talking about. That's how much black men love black women, dog. They don't like the conservatives. They don't the particularly Caucasian male conservatives. They don't get it. They don't get it. If you are a black male conservative, you're not gonna get. You're gonna struggle in the dating. I'm talking about if you're already struggling, you've basically put a 1,000 pound on 100-pound backpack on your back on top of the struggles by putting it out there. You're a conservative and you're black. What? You're a black Republican? You ain't getting no peace leave. I'm just this and people so what? Oh no, it matters. Look at these new kids. I'm talking about these new kids coming up. If they're not if you're not a Chad, if you're not a Tyrone, you can't claim that you're a conservative. You better be genetically gifted, dog. you better be. You can't be the average black man saying that you're a conservative. You're gonna get nothing out here. You're not even gonna get the opportunity to be a step parent, bro, to a black mom. If you're a conservative, please. They're not shit. Or if they're messing with you on the side, they're not gonna bring you around. They're not gonna claim you because it's eventually your political stance is gonna come up, or what you believe in spiritually is gonna come up. If you're a black man, you better claim Christianity or Islam. You better claim most likely Christianity. If it comes up, you're not. Pyro, you're right. You have a better chance of a black man to say, I'm a Kevin Samuelite. You're better off saying that. I'm a red pillar. You're better off saying that than saying that you're a conservative or a Republican. You're not going. You can still get something if you say, oh, I follow Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. You're better off saying that than saying that you're a conservative or Republican if you're a black man. People don't understand this. People don't understand this. Most dude, because in the white community, you'll still have a large demographic enough of conservative white women that will accept you eventually, even if they're like post-wall. Like because what happens is, like, all the supposed tradcon Caucasian women you see, they used to be liberals, and then they changed their teams to benefit them. But like black women are very stuck on that liberal democratic Kool-Aid. Like I'm saying, like it's impossible, especially if I'm talking about, I know Tyrones, people that are genetically gifted, that they are conservative in mindset. They're conservative. They can't say it though. They can't say it. They can't say anything. I'm talking about even the Tyrones, they can't admit it. they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose their girl. This is why these people, they always target women. They try to get the woman to push these agendas because they know men are going to eventually capitulate. This is why in places like Pyro said they dedicated to the game. These are facts. This is why in places like Saudi Arabia and these they make sure they don't give women that kind of power because it's gonna change everything. They don't. This is why they don't allow them to drive. They don't allow them to do certain. They just don't allow them. They just don't allow them to do certain stuff because they're going to drive the country left eventually. You know what I mean? This is what because women set the standard. If all women say, look, dude, if all women say, look, I ain't gonna mess with none of these, we are making a declaration not to mess with no athletes. We ain't messing with no. Do you know, bro? It's just gonna be me playing basketball. It's just gonna be me playing soccer because I'm already playing a sport that girls are not even coming to play and looking to watch in America. Anyways, it's only gonna be me playing playing sports out there because it's only gonna be few dudes playing for the love of the game. You see how like these you see how like these former high school basketball players are so bitter at all the taller basketball players because they believe that, oh, if I was just only a few inches taller, I'd be in the NBA. And these people, it's like the end of their life because it's the hoes. That's what they want is the hoes. It's not even the money, the hoes. Let me see. Somebody says something. Reverse osmosis imitation of life is what you are now experiencing. Satan is purposely trying to get all of society to commit mass worldwide suicide, genocide. Book of Revelations, 1968. I'll look into that. Well, I'll say this. It is interesting. When we're talking about, when you're talking about mass self-deletion, look, you got all these kids now that think that they're LGHTV and they think that they're something that they're not. Man, and we already talking about school shootings being a problem. Imagine what's going to happen in the future with when these kids grow up and they want to change back to their gender, but they can't, especially dudes that they used to be dudes that actually cut off their manhood and they can't go back, bruh. It's America. Once it hits 20, this is why I'm so pro passport bros. It's not because of the hoes, man. It's because they're out. They left right on time. They don't. You need to have an. I'm sorry. I know people always dismiss it when I say it. We need an. If you are a man, I used to be on the pro black tip on this though. I used to say black men need to have an escape. I'm talking about all men need to have, especially all men that are single, or if you have kids or whatever, you need to have an escape plan. It's gonna get bad once it hits 2030. After 2030, it's not. This is gonna be Looney Tune land. Once it hits, you like I call Atlanta Looney Tune land. It's gonna be Looney Tune land countrywide. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna look good. These kids is gonna be, bruh. First of all, you're gonna have these former IG models. They're gonna be killing themselves. You're gonna have these because all the attention is gonna go away. You're gonna have all these. It's gonna be bad, bro. It's and people and you'll see guys cheering. People don't understand. There's gonna be so much males, so much men that are gonna be casualties of female scam artists that are gonna be killing. But bruh, it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. So that's why I'm pro passport, bro, because they are gone. The objective is to leave the United States as soon as possible. This issue is not going to change. And stop talking about Orange Man is going to save the day. Like you got these conservatives, they don't understand what's going on. They really think, like the conservatives really think Like I see like a video. I'm gonna cover that this week where one of these something Kirk. He's like, we're just gonna outbreed them. We're just gonna outbreed the liberal, bruh. Bruh. These conservatives, they still don't want to take their kids out of the public. They still got their kids in public school, and they think they're doing something. My God. He said, for real, their players not playing for money. A lot of these people, these famous black people on YouTube, bro, a lot of them are conservative. A lot of them vote conservative. They can't say it. They can't tell it to their family. Well, I'm like most people are not like I know I'm a bit like I'm a narcissist. I'm a bit of a narcissist. I'm not gonna lie. So whatever I believe, I'm not gonna brag about it in your face, but if you ask me what I believe in, I'll just tell you what I believe. So I remember when I was like in front of all these people at church, and I was like, I don't really believe in none of this stuff, but this is a nice place. Trust me, I'm not gonna say I'm that ninja, but I got that I got that I got that thing and I got that disease in me where I'm just gonna say what it is. If you ask me, if you don't ask me, I won't talk about it. That's the type of dude I am. I'll look, I'll just be quiet the whole time. But if you ask me I'll tell you what it is. If you ask me what it is, I'll tell you what it is. I won't mince my words. And it's not me trying to prove a point. That's just how I am. It's not me. I'm not a truth teller. I'm just gonna speak what I'm seeing, and I'm just gonna make an analysis of it. So I used to be like, I was in church. He said you found for that. Yeah, I was I'm talking about in my parents' church where they're trying to actually make things happen. I was just like, yeah, I don't really believe in this so-called Jesus Christ. But anyway, this is a nice place. I was just and man, and my one of my siblings left me out to dry. He was just like, dude, why? look, man. Look, man. I'm just saying this is what I was like in it was just like junior year of high school. I did that. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I gotta stop doing that. Yeah, like I said, these so-called conservatives, man. They don't have the balls to tell I'm talking about meaning if you have kids, little kids, tell your so-called TradCon wife, look, quit that bullish office job you got. We need to raise our kids here. They don't got the balls to say that to their girl. Man, stop. Because if she's really conservative, she should already know what's happening with these schools. Stuff that I've been talking about since I was a kid. I'm like, these teachers be always trying to push their personal stuff. Like I'm like, because like I'm like I used to be like, imagine like because I didn't like me personally. I didn't like how when I was in elementary school, I didn't like how the teachers were trying to push it where they were just saying Obama's such a great role model for you, Chris. You know what I mean? Because I was one of the few black people in the school, but I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't like how they were just trying to act like Obama's like he's the role model. I'm like, you know, I liked Obama at the time when I was in elementary, but I was like, he's not my role model. He's just, but they just the teachers were just pushing that. Whatever the teachers, they be trying to push that stuff on. And I used to be one of those people like, let me have my own thing. Oh shoot, I forgot. I can't say his name. Barry O. I'm sorry. I didn't mean him. I mean Barry O. I just didn't like how they would push certain things. You know what I mean? I just didn't like how they would push certain people, certain teams, even sports teams, where they're like, I'm like, I have to like the New England Patriots, and I know it's little stuff like that. I know it's not nothing in the, but I used to literally be like, look, because whatever teacher I believe as a teacher, you need to be careful what you're pushing, right? Oh no, I think this is good, this is bad. And if the kid disagree with you, you're gonna give him a different grade. Nah, we can't do that. This is why I don't understand why these people are so late to the party when it's coming to the teachers pushing the alphabet community stuff. They're like, man, why are these teachers doing? I'm like, you don't say. Where have you been for the past 20, 30 years? But like I said, anytime a troublemaker would complain about teachers pushing certain stuff, because if you're a troublemaker like I was, people are not going to listen to you, you know? So that's partly my fault too. So I can't, I'm not innocent in that. But look, let me see. 1968 says, only thing the white man has ever taught us the last 400 plus years here in the USA under the white man's power is to fear the white man and hate anyone who looks like you. Whites only, no blacks allowed. It's deeper than race though. It's a lot deeper than race. Even when we're talking about racism, what people on this channel, what we need to understand is this: racism is just another. Just another. It's another form of a dating strategy, dating and mating strategy. That's all it is about: money, resources, and dating and mating. That's all it's all about. That's what makes this world go round. Money, resources, land, dating and mating. And why do men acquire money, resources, land? So they can have a family. That's how it works. So even when it comes to racism, right? When you got, it's particularly white conservatives, I be hearing them. They be what when on Insta, I went over this. When you go on Instagram, it'll be a black dude with a white girlfriend, and they show their wedding, and you see the white dudes talk about good luck being a single mom. It's more than just racism. It's a dating strategy. It's, I can't measure up to this dude. Let me repeat something that's false and say that, oh, you're going to be a single mom. So, or if a black dude sees a black woman with a white dude, they call that girl a bedwench, right? They bring up something from slavery and they equate it to today and call that woman a bedwench if she's dating if she's procreating with a white guy. Or you just only want light-skinned babies. And it's like, so what? You know what I mean? Racism is just it's a dating strategy. That's all it is. A form of player hating. When people don't understand this, like if you're a black man in the United States, you'll if you get pulled over by the cops, even if you're having a suspended license, if you're by yourself, the cop might actually let you pass. I'm telling you from experience, meaning I know dudes that, I'm talking about hood ninjas, sketchy ninjas, got pulled over on the cops by the highway, but they were by themselves, and the cops just let them go. But if you have a woman in the car, you're gonna get pulled over, and he's probably gonna ask you to step out. It's a dating strategy. I know it's very primal. What I'm talking about is very primal, but it's all dating strategy. Trust me on this one. You riding in a nice car, if you a black man riding in a nice car, a nice whip, and you got a girl in there with you, they're gonna pull. I'm talking about no matter the race, they're gonna pull you. A white cop is gonna pull you over. It's dating strategy, dog. It's dating strategy, and what people don't understand when we talk about white people here, people just think that white people only just step on black people. They step on their Pyro, you just said it. He said whites stepping on their own people, so it has to be more than just being white impact. Exactly. White people they be getting each other killed. They be putting hits on their own people, bro. It's deeper than race. Trust me, it's deeper than race. Like, don't worry about when you're going on Instagram and you have a black man and a white woman. They'll make a clip and you see people, oh, he's gonna be a single mom. You don't even gotta worry about guys like that. Now, the only time you got to worry about them if they're in positions of power, meaning if they're in positions where they can hold a gun, meaning a police officer, security guard, people like that. And any chance that they can show their power, this is where the racism could be a legit problem. You know what I mean? But at the same time, that ends up working against the average racist white dude, right? Because if I'm saying, okay, this race is bad, this is bad, stay away from black dudes, whatever, and then the bitch goes to college. Yeah, that's gonna work. That's really gonna work. Now she go to college, please. Then she's gonna be like, oh, I get why they're telling me to to not mess with black dudes. She's gonna love black dudes forever. Even if she a whole Republican MAGA supporter, whatever. She's the more you make a certain man a boogeyman. If you're a man with a daughter, the more you make a certain person a boogeyman, the more attractive you make him. Right? So, this is why a lot of average black dudes will have trouble dating sometimes, because the white girl is gonna expect him to do certain stuff. I'm like, whoa, I don't be doing that stuff, and she'll lose attraction for the black dude because he's just a regular average Joe. But because let's put in her head, the black dudes that she sees, it's, oh, stay away from that. But he's full of action and drama and all this stuff. So if you don't exude that, then if you're the average black man, you'll have problems dating if you have your stuff together. Exactly. So right here, what Pyro said, he's big and strong, he's evil, stay away. Exactly. You make him the beast, Beauty and the Beast, basically. So now you're giving it, you know what I mean? So that's that's why I always say, take for example, you take Nick Saban's daughter for example. People wonder why all these ninjas on the Alabama's team, she decides to marry, and mind you, she was 23, 22 at the time, 21. I'm talking about she's in college. She decides to date the only white dude on the team. Why is that? Because Nick Saban done had these ninjas probably all up in the house already. When he probably had these recruiting trips, she probably done seen these ninjas behind closed walls crying to, I miss my mama. There's no mystery. There's no mystery to these ninjas anymore. So she goes after the only what she ends up marrying, dating first, and then marrying the only white dude on the team. Who he don't even play. He's not even the kicker. He's not even the kicker or the punter. He doesn't even play. He's just one of the players on the team, but he's known as the funniest dude on the team, one of the funniest dudes on the team. He be making fun of Nick Saban and everything. But the mystery, she's not gonna go after the black dudes on it. She's gonna go after what she doesn't really know. The mystery on the team. That's how it works. Nick Saban, she probably no, you know what probably happened to her in the past? She probably had a black boyfriend, right? In high school or something. And then the dad comes home and she's expecting to get a bad reaction, but but Nick Saban's like, oh, great. Can you play for our team? And she just gets, her ovaries just dry up like this, because that's how it works. She finds out that the dad actually loves the dude, and then now she don't want the guy around anymore. That's how it works. She probably tried to make sure she has no ninjas around because she's probably afraid her dad is gonna recruit the dude. Yo, there's no mystery. There's no mystery. This is why when you're seeing or you'll see a white girl go on college campus, right? And all of a sudden she want to get pounded out by all the ninjas. That means her dad is super insecure about black people. right? That's what that means, because she's trying to get a certain reaction from her dad when she finds out. Like, I don't know if I don't know if I still have this video. He said she wanted Brad. He said, "Yeah, I want my dad to go full Dr. Umar." Oh yeah, the reverse Dr. Umar. So I guess that would be, I don't know, Nick Fuentes. I don't know. But I don't know if I got this video. Oh no. But basically, she's like, girls will do, like, I remember I'll be like talking with a white girl, right? Just in random. And then she'll be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, my dad just hates black people." They'll just say that in passing. You just be like, I didn't really need to know that. She'd be like, I'm not like my dad. I'm not like my family." They'll do that and you'll just be like, "Oh, okay." Nah, but that people don't get this. Whatever you're insecure about, that's what your sister or your whatever, or whatever you hate, whatever you're insecure or whatever you hate, then your daughter is going to try to date the opposite to see if it gets a reaction, just to see what kind of reaction it gets out of you, or just to prove a point. You know what I mean? That's how it works. That's how it works. So I don't know. Let me see. 1968. I know what he's trying to say here, because, like I said, I'm a former. I guess I could say former pro-black myself. But I'm gonna just say. I'm gonna just say this. If in look, man, I don't think in 2024 we should be talking about race, really, especially during election year. I'm gonna try to not talk about race because it's election year. Because we all like it's election year, so we that's a trap. That's a trap. That's a trap right there. But but we could talk about that probably at another time, when we're talking about, like, when we talk about, oh, race this and race, when we're look, when you see white dudes talking about on Instagram, talking about good luck being a single mom, right? If a black dude's going out with a white, that's just a dating strategy. Or if you see a black dude uh talking about white dudes being afraid of black dudes stealing their woman, that's a form of a dating strategy to show that they're insecure about us, really. But even with that, I can explain that away too. You see this? Yeah, if you don't like the Colors Mafia, if she knows you hate them, she's gonna bring her black GF with that gender. That's how it works. If you don't like the Alphabet Mafia, she's gonna come home with a black girlfriend with a gender studies degree. Thank you, Pyro. That's how it works. That's how it works. Like I said, nowadays, like I said, interracial dating is it's not no taboo no more. It's not no taboo no more. So the new thing is probably going to be, let me bring, and this is something that black people are going to have to deal with right now. This was what black people are going to have to deal with right now. So what black girls do now, they'll bring home a white boyfriend to see if it gets a certain reaction from their dad, right? Or their mom, right? Or they'll come out as alphabet community to see if mostly it's the alphabet community stuff. That's what they do to get at their parents. What you'll have what black women will do is they'll come out as alphabet community to see what kind of reaction, you know, because usually it's not what will happen. It'll be like, if a black girl brings a white boyfriend home, the mom won't really care, and then the black father will be like, the fuck, whatever, or he'll have a problem with it, but eventually his wife is gonna make him submit. That's what happens with that situation. But what really gets the trigger is if the black woman comes home with uh, with another girl, an alphabet community member. That's the new thing that a black woman will do to see if she can get the reaction out of it. So what the white girl will do, she brings the black dude home to see what happens. That's how it usually works. And you know, unfortunately, what a lot of black dudes go through is it'll be like a white girl. She brings a black dude home. The father likes the black dude, and then she stopped like, then she stops liking the attraction is not there anymore, really, like it was in the beginning, because she thought the father was gonna care, but like, like particularly, especially if they're not, particularly if they're not on the conservative side, if they're just like in the middle politically, they don't care. They like the new white dads now. They don't really they don't care about the dude could be a hood ninja. They don't even care no more about that. Especially if they got like a daughter that's like obese, they just be like, well, I'm just glad somebody likes her. Especially if the white daughter's obese, the white the white dads, they'll be like, oh, thank you for taking her off my hands. I thought I was gonna have to take care of her forever. Man, that's how it works. Like the only white dudes that are still hung up on black dudes dating white girls are like guys that are like uberly conservative. Like I'm talking about uberly conservative, trying to prove a point, uh, you know, trying to save the white race and whatnot. Like those are the only guys that care like that. It's not like back in the day. It's not like how it was like in the early 2000s and beyond. Like I remember like in the early 2000s, like like people were like mad that Terrell Owens was dating the bad white bitches, man. So that's how it was back in the day. Like if you was a black dude dating some bad white bitches, you man, they get mad at you. You know what I'm saying? The hell I see. He said it's so wired. Let me see this comment. I like this comment right here. He said it's so wired. It's basically hardwired that girls get turned on when their dad hates the boyfriend or girlfriend. Same if their brother hates the boyfriend or girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like, for example, hmm, in my case, right? I think this is why it's very important to be secure, to have parents that are secure, so the kids will make healthy dating choices no matter what they choose, right? Because if you're a healthy, insecure parents and you're not full of hate, they're gonna actually look for you. They're gonna look for you in the same race, anyways, and they won't have to say, "Oh, I'm looking for the same race person." It's just, look, I need to find somebody that is as good as my dad or as good as my mom, right? So, for example, my brother, right? He said that I want to find somebody that's Haitian, right? That's his same culture. That's why it's important to have, you know, a strong culture, right? I want to find somebody that's the same nationality. He said he wants to find somebody that's the same nationality as my mom, and that can do certain things, which is the positive characteristics that my mother uh exuded. And that's what my brother wants to see. He wants to find a good woman that happens to be Haitian. It would be a bonus for him, but preferably, right? And it's not a matter of him making a declaration. It's just natural because because our mother is a good person. Our father is a good person. But unfortunately, you got a lot of haters out there, right? Even if you're paying the bills, if you got that thing in you where you're hating a certain group of people, right? So so for me, right? I'm not even gonna be shocked. Like, say if like my sister, right? If my sister, I wouldn't even be shocked if like my sister came home. Oh yeah, this is so and so. He's uh well, actually no. Say hypothetically. That would work for me. Actually, never mind. I was about to say if my sister came with a male teacher, actually that would be good because male teachers I actually respect. I got to think of somebody like a group of people that I hate. I would say this. I don't know. I don't know because really, because even when I was in my pro black phase, I really wouldn't have cared if my sister came with a white dude or an Hispanic dude or an Asian dude. I really wouldn't care, but or if my brother came home with a white girl, an Asian girl, Hispanic, I really wouldn't care. I would be like, is the person scamming you? That's what I'm looking for. Is the person trying to play you? That's what I'm gonna be looking for, right? And that's what I would be look, but I guess I don't know what would I don't know what would piss me off if it would be like if I knew the person, if I knew the person was a scumbag and the person was dating my sister, or if the girl I know is a scam artist, right? And she's dating my brother, then it would be a problem. You know what I mean? It's really like is really on stuff. You gotta judge people by their works. You know what I mean? And even though I've said like me, I've said a lot of racist stuff in front of my in front of my siblings. Like I remember I've talked about black people doing this. I've talked about uh 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 Hispanic people doing that, Asian women poisoning their food, Hispanics doing this, white people doing this. I made a lot of racist. That's why I'm like, that's it wouldn't really just make sure the person ain't playing you, making sure the person that not making you look crazy out in the streets. You know what I mean? And I definitely hope, say if like my sister is to meet us a person, hopefully it's not some wannabe Andrew Tate wannabe. Oh yeah, I want multiple women. Nah, 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 nah. We not doing that. We not doing that. Particularly, yeah. Let me see. I respect male teachers for sure. He said I would have been sent to HR if I worked at a school because I'd be talking game to the lady. Oh, those female teachers. It's really hard for me to have respect for a lot of them, particularly when we're talking about Caucasian female teachers that I grew up with. I my respect for it's really hard for me to respect female teachers. The stuff I've heard them say, the stuff I've seen them do. Like I've literally heard teachers say I talk about how much they hate kids. I'm like, so why are you a teacher, bro? Like I've heard teachers say that, dog. And really, when you look at teachers' resume, most of them were average at best students, and they became teachers because they couldn't do anything else. But these people have such an influence on your future. I just don't want people that average having so much influence on my future. Like, what the fuck? These people they'll create tests that they don't even know the answers to. I've experienced this way too many times. They don't know the answers to their own tests. And you'd be like, why did you even make I'm like, what is the point of you being there, dog? What is the point? You know what I mean? Oh man. He said, I love women when they say that men can't control their urges around women, but yet female teachers can't even wear modest, properly fitting clothing around kids. They, like I said, I noticed that when I was a kid. Just, you notice these little things. Like I've seen like, I'm not even gonna say the name, but I saw a female teacher literally flirting with a young dude that I knew when I was in middle school. Like openly, like put him in a weird position like that he did not want to be in. It's just like but even You said doctor helpers. Oh, you mean like the nurses and whatnot. Well, nurses, those are obvious. That's obvious. Like nurses are the biggest 304s, but it's obvious. But at least, with the freaking well, actually, I know what you mean with the doctor helpers. Yeah, they can be pervs too. They can be pervs, but women get away with it because men don't be tripping off of if like an older woman is admiring. Like I've heard like older women talk, and they'll be going to like high school swimming practices with men's swimming practice, and they be talking like they're shopping. You're like, bruh, those are 16-year-old, 17-year-old dudes, 15-year-old dudes, but if you got the gangs, they'll be talking about you like on some weirdo stuff. That's low key has been a blessing for me because unfortunately I developed really quick after 5th grade, and that caused some problems. So it is what it is. So in high school, it wasn't that big of a deal because I didn't really grow past freshman year of high school. Really 8th grade year of middle school. But I didn't really grow that much, 2 inches at most. And that's probably off the top. That's just probably off my head. You know what I mean? I still have gains, but it's just I developed really early, and that can cause certain stuff to happen, or like older women to do certain stuff. You'd be like, you too close, or why are you filling up on me like this? Like like a lot of older women are predators. They just don't get called out. They just don't get called out. But yeah, like women will like what like I've seen videos of, it'll be like a little boy. It'll be like the kid will be like 4 or 5 years old, and he's looking at a girl's ass, and instead of the woman slapping the little boy, they'll be smiling and shaking the butt in front of the I remember I saw a video of a mom twerking on her son. The kid was like what, 4, 5, or 6 years old, and she's twerking on this dude for TikTok. Like I'm like, bruh. Yeah, you know. You say you should do another teachers or 304s videos. Yeah, I haven't done one in a while, even though there's been a lot of cases. There's been a lot of cases. But by the way, the earliest the latest one I did, they got the oh, hold on for a sec. That girl, I cannot believe this girl could not find a regular dude. You know the girl I'm talking about, right? The mulatto girl, the pretty mulatto girl, the 26-year-old that got caught with the football player. I don't, like can I bring up her picture real quick? This is the funniest. This is one of the funniest stuff. I'm like, she couldn't find a man. I'm about to let me bring this stuff up. 26-year-old female teacher caught with football player. Because they found I don't know because she was a half breed. I don't know if they showed they can't I can't. Yeah, her right here, right here, right here, the half breed, her. I'm about to put. Let me put this. I don't know if I can put it full screen, but I'm about to show you this. I'm about to show you how this girl looked, because Reaper's in the chat too. I'm about to show you how this girl look. I'm like, you couldn't find a guy your age. What? I'm like, man, I'm like, man, these high school teachers, these female teachers are coming back to teaching high school to get chads. These dudes, those teachers are straight weirdos. I'm about to show you. It's the fun. It's so funny, man. So right here, if you guys look to my right, this girl right here to my right got caught with a student. And people are like, oh, he's 18. I'm like, he's a student. He's a student. Bruh. I'm sitting there like, she couldn't. I'm like, a girl that looked like this you couldn't find. I'm talking about from age 14 sorry, from age 13 and 26, you couldn't find no dudes at all. First of all, a girl like this in the past would be already married by now. What has she been? I'm talking about a girl that looks like this. Look to my right. You mean to tell me she couldn't find no dude her age? She couldn't find a 30-year-old? She couldn't, bruh. This is a predator. This is a predator. A girl that looked like this couldn't find nobody. Really? She couldn't find no dudes. But like I said, girls like they're all every girl right now, damn near every girl right now, it's either Chad or bust. They not settling for nothing else but Chad or Tyrone. Everybody else, any other man that they see is either they're invisible or they're going to use them. Like, I'm talking about use them so bad, like it's not even funny. He said they don't care, bro. Yeah. She must be on the EDP list. This is like I look at her like I look at EDP 445. This is a predator. And she goes after these people in a dude in high school where they're just they will literally take anybody because their body is going through something serious, especially with their testosterone. They're like, please, anybody. You know what I mean? So women take advantage of that, and they're like, they know they can't tie down a Chad or Tyrone in real life because they have all the leverage. They go after a younger Tyrone or Chad, or they believe they didn't get the guys that they wanted in high school, and they try to relive it. It's sick. Because now imagine you see the way I'm talking about this girl, and I'm talking. It sounds logical. Now imagine if I'm talking about a guy. Imagine if I'm talking about a guy like this, like, well, look, this guy, he didn't have any girls in high school, but sometimes he just wants to relive what he learned. And plus she's 18, what? They would have this dude under the prison, and they would call me a creep for even saying that, about just even saying that. I would be so bruh. And they said, nah, Chris, she likes them young. She's a part of the cupcake clan. Yeah, exactly. She likes them young. She likes them young. This is a predator. But people will give her a pass. Well, a lot of simps will give it a pass. And unfortunately, because we have a lot of immature 30-year-olds, 40-year-old men talking about, where were these teachers when I was a kid? Bruh. Y'all are, bruh. And you wonder why, like, you got like these, because now it's not even just high school. They're catching these female teachers with middle schoolers. They're catching these, bruh. They're catching these high school these teachers now with middle schoolers. You got like these over the wall women, right? And they're catching them with 13-year-old 13-year-old young boys. These guys, these women are this is predatory stuff, dog. This is sick stuff, but you know what I mean? Because she's a woman. You know what I mean? That's what she likes. She likes them young. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm talking about out of all the female teachers, I'm like, you couldn't find nobody. I mean, this is why I always say this, because these are the same girls that be on Tinder, right? Same girls talking about, I got options. They don't have options. They don't have options out here. Clearly. Clearly. And you're gonna see, I always say, because now that women are making money, now they're in certain positions of power, they're abusing it. They're abusing their positions of power. But they want to change the rules now. Now they're getting caught out, and people want to make excuses. Like, oh, I'll give you a perfect example. Remember the girl? Oh man, let me bring up the comment section. Let me bring up the comment section right here. Let me bring up the comment section. Pyro, you guys, anybody that be on AJ channel, I don't know if you guys know this, but remember the 50s and 304 episode where they caught the girl that was masturbating on the beach with a vibrator, whatever? The girl that ended up self-deleting? Girl suicide after beach arrest. Yes, this video right here. So the girl, so this girl, right? Remember this video AJ covered where the girl got caught with a vibrator on the beach, masturbating in public, right? And they I'm not sharing the screen. My bad. I'm not sharing the screen. So she committed. She self-deleted, right? And you know what the comments are saying? They all are like, "Oh man, she was just having a moment." I'm like, "Bro, you can't be masturbating on a beach." I was like, "What are y'all talking about?" You guys got to look at the comments. It's all male simps and women excusing her behavior. And look, you should feel ashamed because you couldn't save it for home. You could have just gone home, did what you need to do, but you couldn't she couldn't keep it in her pants. She's embarrassed. They have the arrest tape. They leaked it. Now imagine if a guy was masturbating on a beach, right? He gets caught, he gets put on camera, and he kills himself off the embarrassment. There would be nobody feeling bad for him. Nobody. They'll be like, well, one pervert gone. But because I want you to see the comments, bro. This is because I just saw the comments the other day, and I was gonna do a video on just the comments because I was just like, are you kidding me? I'm not gonna play the video. I just want you to see the comments. It's all sympathy for a perv. I'm just like, you can't make this stuff up. Hopefully the comments low though. God damn. But anyway, all the comments is all sympathy. It's very interesting, very funny. Hold on for a sec. We got to let this load. But I'm literally like, you got to see the comments. I'm gonna show you some of these comments. What's good, Garrett? He said that's nasty. He said, yeah, they found what's left of they found what's left of her. Facts. So yeah, they said according to the coroner's report, the death was a gunshot wound to the head. Man, she couldn't take that L. She couldn't take that L. She was that embarrassed because I guess once the video leaked, she's like, my life is over. Oh, here we go. You see, look at this comment right here. Look at these comments. She said this, one of the comments, this is what you get when anyone can publicize someone else's life and mistakes for all the internet to see and judge. This woman believed her life and reputation was ruined, so she took it. The news outlets who promoted this story should be held liable. Our culture is so depraved and ruthless and unforgiving. We've all done things we regret and that embarrassed us. What? 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 She said, he goes, we've all done things we regret or embarrassed us. Imagine having the entire nation or world watching your most vulnerable. Who? What? Bruh. This is what I mean by these. I think this is a dude that wrote this comment. I don't think this is a woman that wrote this comment. This is a guy, I think. I think a guy wrote this comment. Yeah, Pyro said you said it best. Pyro, you're right. If it was you, they would have called you the masturbator. the pervert on the beach, if they caught you masturbating on the beach. Oh, hold on. I like this guy right here. Nah, dudes be out here bugging up goats and not offing themselves and still living. I'm talking about, yeah, dudes being caught but with kids. And if he offed himself, everybody else would be like, hey, good riddance. Oh, hell nah. They did me dirty. They did me dirty. They did me dirty. They did me dirty in the comment section. But like I said, all these problems are going to be fixed by this week. Technically this weekend. I got some stuff coming in. So now they're talking about, oh, should we have publicized it? I'm like, what? We done made we have yo, we made we've made To Catch a Predator, all this stuff to find these dudes that are perverts, right? And when we find a woman doing something perverted right here, we put her ass on blast, right? Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Put her ass on blast. You can't just be you can't be bringing a vibrator, having a whole O for the whole world to see, and kids are there. There's kids on the beach. What? This is what, like I said, there's no equality. Women don't want equality. And on top of that, men don't make it no better, because it was men in the comment section talking about they feel bad for her. I was like, are you guys serious? I'm gonna show you the comments loaded up one more time. Let me show you. It said this should have never been publicized. People should be allowed to make mistakes and not have them visible on the internet forever. This is truly a terrible ending. What? She said, I am shocked that they showed her face and you find them blurring the faces of notorious criminals. No, that's not true. That's not true. If a white dude shoots up a school, they'd be putting his face for everybody to see. That's not true, first of all. Now, let me see these. Oh my. You see, he said, I am utterly disgusted by the mainstream media for shaming her both during her life and even in death. It is abhorrent. They had no shame in showing the video that ultimately drove her to take her own life, all for the sake of clicks and profits. Rest in peace, Christina Revels. What? And look at the username. Look at the username. It says God bless America 1991. So this is a tradcon. This is a tradcon that made this comment. You see what I'm saying when I'm talking about these tradcons are still feminists? So everybody, you see how, look at all the comments. Oh, this is humiliating. This is embarrassing. This is disgusting. These are, bruh. I'm trying to look for the one comment that said, well, I don't feel bad. Now you see, everybody's making excuses for this girl. This is crazy. This girl was caught with a vibrator, using her vibrator in public on a beach. I'm talking about it. Clearly, it was bad in terms of what she was doing. Where if she's getting, the cops got complaints from other like parents, like adults. That's how you know it's bad. So this girl was clearly just enjoying herself too much for her to even get the complaint. Because we know freaky stuff be happening on the beach. We know we all know that. But I'm talking about self-pleasuring to the point you have your vibrator with you, to the point people are complaining to the cops because they can hear you, bruh. And we're supposed to feel bad for her because she couldn't take the L because she decided to off herself. Look, man. Look. And you see, look at this. Okay, finally, I found the one reasonable comment. Okay, shout out to this person right here. I'm going to highlight this comment if I can. I don't think I can, but right here, this comment, she says, sad how people think indecent exposure is okay when a woman does it. But if this were a man, everyone would be screaming to lock him away and keep him from the public. Thank you. Out of all these comments. Okay, now I'm starting to see reasonable comments now. She said, okay, a guy here said, I'm sure if a grown man was caught using sex toys on a public beach in front of kids, you'd still I don't all of you would not be here defending him. No one takes a sex toy out in public without the intention of using it. Exactly. Because everybody's all like, first of all, if the guy offed himself, they would be laughing at him. They'd be laughing at him if he got caught with a fleshlight, right? A male sex toy, or any kind of sex toy. They'd be laughing at him for him getting caught out like that on the beach and him crying. This is what I like, dude. Pyro, Pyro, you were here for my the stream where I said Hannah Baker for 13 reasons I don't feel bad for her. You were here for that. And people like I've had people be like, Chris, why would you say so? But look, it's clear to me. People don't want equality. People do not want equality. And that's including the men. Men make so much excuses for women's bad behavior, for them being perverts, for them being predators. Look at this story. When I said from 13, I don't see Hannah Baker as a victim. She's just a person that went Chad hunting. This is a fat white girl. Well, she's not fat. She was a chubby white girl because, in the suburbs, that's considered thick. Hannah Baker's considered thick in the suburbs, right? This is a thick white girl that thought she was going to move her way up the ranks by going Chad hunting. She got played out. She put herself in compromising positions that ended up affecting her negatively. And she decided to, and instead of just being with a normal dude like Clay that actually thought the world of her, she decided to go Chad hunting, and she got what she got. Sayonara. Can't do nothing for you. Can't do nothing for you. But people say I'm wrong for this, but then these will be the same people that are defending a woman in real life for bringing a sex toy to a public a beach, right? to a beach, masturbating in public, and because she couldn't take the shame of it because the video went viral, people feel bad for her because she decided to off herself because she couldn't take that heat. I don't what is there to feel bad for? What is there to feel bad for? Hey man, sayonara. You couldn't take the heat. You clearly you're a person that can't keep it in your pants. Hey man, you couldn't keep it in your pants. You talk about I remember she was making so much excuses. I was stressed out and I just had my, like, you should have heard her excuse. I was stressed out and it just thing was with me and it just, oh my god. I was like, are you serious? Like, this is not an excuse. I was like, if you that horny, go home. This is why we have places of residence, right? If they find like a homeless dude doing something like that, they gonna kick him out somewhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, you say if this was like Garrett, you said if this was a guy, they'd be laughing at him getting beat up by the cop. Well, she didn't even get beat up, but she got they handled it with kid gloves. They're just like, oh ma'am, you can't do stuff like this. They had a female cop there too. She was just embarrassed for the girl. She was like, bruh, really? You know what I mean? She got, I'm talking about the guy could have gotten beat up by the cops and they would have been laughing at the dude. He said, your happy time is not on the beach. Go do it in the bathroom or go home. Like, bruh. He said the same folks saying the same thing about would enjoy teachers having their way with them. And unfortunately, what I do have to give some of the liberal, because some of the liberal females have called out older teachers for doing predatory, or older women for doing predatory stuff with younger men. I do have to give them props where like like you'll hear lip, because I'll hear people out when they talk. I've heard certain girls that were liberals, right? And they'll talk about how their ex-boyfriend, or whoever they were dating or messing with at the time, they would ask their boyfriend, "Hey, what age did you lose your virginity?" "Oh, 15." "Oh, but who was it to?" Or they'll say 13. They'd be like, "Who did you lose it to?" And they'd be like, "Their babysitter," right? Their the older woman that lives on the block. And they said they would be shocked at the ages of the woman that they lost their virginity to. So this is really this is a problem, because this is a real problem, because like you'll have men bragging about this stuff, and I'm like, and like the liberal females would literally try to tell you, you're a victim. You're like, that's not supposed to happen, but this happens a lot. And because men don't say anything, but now the new guys coming up, they're telling now. They're telling, because I believe this stuff has happened in the past, but now the new younger generation coming up, they're telling. They start telling that, like they'll be like, look, like now they're not even getting caught in the sex act. Now now the young high school boys are like, yo, this teacher be DMing me, bro. And they'll put her on blast, and then she'll get fired. So now the new boys are now calling out these teachers that are perverts. You know what I mean? And what we see is you still have dudes still willing to still date a woman like that, and not only date a woman like that, would still act like she didn't really do nothing wrong. And I'm like, yo, this woman was caught with a 13-year-old or 14 or whatever year old, or her student. You would never, I'm just saying, like, you would never hire a male piano teacher for your daughter or your son if he ever got caught doing anything close to like what we saw. Like if a dude got caught out masturbating on the beach, toy or no toy, got arrested for it, whatever, humiliated by the town, he wouldn't be able, say if he was a piano teacher, he would never be able to have lessons again. But I bet you, if that teacher was still, the girl was still alive, because she's a realtor, mind you. So we all also talked to you about how realtors are one of the biggest 304s out here. But if if she stayed alive, she'd still be able to have a realtor job. But I bet you her license would have never been suspended. Nothing. Yeah, he said my friend. You said my friend lost his to a babysitter. Yeah, and these girls will be significantly older than the dude than the young boy, but they want to imprint on that man, and then we wonder why all these young men nowadays have these MILF fetishes, or these granny fetishes, right? People don't ever put two and two together. Like, why is MILF prawn and granny prawn and stepmom prawn and all these sketchy older women adult films now on the up and up, on the more, and we wonder why people don't put two and two together. Or they'll be like, "Man, I love my girl thick. I love my girl with a big booty." And I'm like, "Are you?" I'll be like, "This is not thick. This is fat." But if you look in their past, the first person that probably imprinted on them, they were probably 12, 11, 13 years old, and the perverted older woman was probably 18, 19 years old, and she was fat. You know what I mean? A fat, or she was just a fatter, uh older woman, you know. And that's what imprinted on that man, and now that man thinks, Oh, I like women with some meat on their bones and all this stuff. And really, that guy has been heavily sabotaged. He says, "Stop tagging my library, Chris." Oh man, the only yeah. If you look it up, it's Granny and not only MILF prawn, but Granny prawn is up there in terms of like the rankings that they have men searching, and people don't ever put two and two. I'm like, why is it that because these are mostly young dudes that are always on porn and that are I'm sorry watching and looking up this stuff and they're searching up this stuff. Why? People gotta put two and two together. People gotta really start asking these dudes, yo, not 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 at what age that you lost your virginity. How old was the person that you lost the virginity to? This is the questions we have to ask men and women. This is what I always say. Like even yeah, like and you said it too. What about cougar prawn? Cougar prawn. Yeah, BBW content. Exactly. What we got to start we got to stop asking men and women how old did you lose your virginity to? That's it should be a two-part question. How old did you lose your virginity your virginity and who and how old was the person that you lost the virginity to? You'll be shocked by it because I always ask it like that's how I always ask it like that. I'd be like, how old was the person? Especially when you're talking about like you're talking about a 13-year-old girl, right? If she has a boyfriend, right, that's older than her, he's usually a sophomore in high school. Usually. It's usually like, especially when you're talking about when young girls lose their virginity, it's usually to a dude that's significantly older than her. Significantly, I'm talking about minimum 4 years old, 4 years older. Especially when you're dealing with a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 11-year-old girl. Sick as that might sound, these are facts. These are facts. Especially when you're talking about 13 girls that are like seventh and eighth grade. They got like some loser high school boyfriend that's like in the 10th grade. That's how it usually works. Minimum 4 years older. Minimum 4 years older. Not maximum. I'm talking about minimum 4 years older than her. Meaning that guy is like a 16, 17-year-old in high school, sophomore year, possibly a junior. Possibly. That's how it usually works. It's rare that you'll find like two high schoolers, they go at it, they lose their virginity together. And usually the reason why that doesn't happen is because the guy ends up being terrible. Because it's literally he's not gonna last literally he's not gonna last 5 seconds. He's not even gonna last 5 seconds with that girl. So those girls end up looking for older dudes to help them out. You know what I mean? Especially if she has like older friends, she's the her friends are gonna talk her out of being with the guy her age. She's gonna be partying with older dudes at like 15, 16, 17 years old, and by then it's already over. She's already having rides with drug dealers, all types of sketchy characters at that age 15, 16. All she got to do is show up. So that's how it works. So we got to start asking young people, and I'll shut it off at this because I went way over time. But what we got to start asking young people, not only how old did you lose your virginity, but how old was the person that you lost your virginity to? These are very important questions that you probably should be asking. When it comes to especially particularly black men, they've showed the statistics where those show like the age where most black boys are losing their virginity, and it's scary. It's like 12, 13. And then they're showing these ages, and then I'm making these connections. I'm like, who are they losing their virginity to? And I'm like, they're losing because a lot of young black boys are losing their virginity to older black women. I'm talking about women that are adults. You know what I mean? So you know, that's unfortunate. And then when you look at on the lady side, right? Just women in general, I've been hearing, like me personally, I've always keep hearing 13. This is where they're losing their virginity at 13, especially lately. I've been hearing 13, right? And a lot of guys don't notice. A lot of guys don't notice, right? I remember watching a Fresh and Fit episode, and Myron asked all these girls on a panel. They were honest. I respect them for being honest, but unfortunately, a lot of Fresh and Fit's fans, these people are very immature. They don't understand how the world works. So the girls, they asked, "What age were you?" Damn near all of them said 14, 15 years old. Some said a lot. I think two or three of the girls. It was like six girls. Two of them said 13. Three of them said 16, and then the rest said 14, 15. And I think one said 18. One said 18. And that means that she went to college and that it was a wrap from there. I know one said 18, but the rest they said 15, 14, 13. I think one said 12, if I'm not mistaken. But I do know I know two said 13, a lot of them said 14, and I know one said, oh no, it was more than six people on the panel. It was like nine girls on that panel. So yeah, and one said 18. One said 18. But like I said, most girls they lose their virginity before 16. Most of them. I'm talking about this is even before 2015, 2016. Most girls lose it at that age, and unfortunately, a lot of young black men. Uh, oh, what's bro? Oh, my boy's in here. Ainsley, what's good, bro? That's my guy right there. He said, "You got to be a special kind of desperate to go after a little boy, little girl like that." Look, man. Like I said, I showed you that girl, that the half breed girl that still went after a young dude. I'm talking about I'm like, you at 26? I'm looking at her. I'm like, you can't find no dude your age. That's how it works. And on top, you got, like I said, you got these guys, these dudes, these drug dealers, these significantly older drug dealers. They be like, we saw them when we were kids, Ainsley. We saw them when we were kids. Had these, they had their Mustang, they F-150, whatever their Cadillac truck, picking up these girls from high school. We saw it. We saw it. Nothing we can do about it. I'm talking about when we were kids. We saw this. You know what I mean? We saw this. We can't deny it. You know what I mean? We saw this. And then on top of that, we all know, unfortunately, friends of ours that we know that they lost their young men that we know that lost their virginity to their babysitter, or a woman down the street that they knew, or a family friend, unfortunately, a female cousin, an older female cousin relative. We know this stuff, and they'll brag about it, but they're victims, so it's very cold. This is a very cold thing. It is what it is on that end. Now, back to that woman that got caught masturbating on the beach. I don't know why people feel bad for her, that she killed her, that she decided to off herself. Like, it still boggles my mind. We look at these comments. Let me look at these comments one more time. And basically all the comments are saying, oh, they don't need to publicize her arrest. But I'm like, yo, I'm talking about, you got guys in here. I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm exit out of this. You got guys in that comment section defending this girl. Oh, Ainsley, I'll explain. So a woman, older woman, a realtor, so you know she's a 304. She got caught on the beach on camera. Well, not on camera, but she got caught on the beach masturbating with a vibrator, right? With a sex toy, and somebody notified the police, so they came to her with the camera, right? So the police put her arrest, not her masturbating, they put her arrest on camera where she admitted that she was using her vibrator on herself on the beach in the public. I'm talking about to the point where parents called the cops over clearly because you were enjoying yourself a little bit too much. Now, her arrest video went viral. Her arrest video went viral. And because she was so embarrassed, they found her in her apartment uh dead because she killed herself. And you had this comment section, it's all these people defending her. And I'm like, this is a pervert. She was you can't be self-pleasuring yourself in public. This bruh, we can't do this. And I'm not saying we know freaky stuff happens on the beach between couples and what we know stuff like this happens, but you couldn't keep it in your pants. You couldn't wait till you get home. So much so that like people like, because usually if somebody saw something like, they probably wouldn't even say anything, but you probably were a real problem because you got parents walking with their kids and they can't be seeing stuff like that. And I'm just like, if a man got caught doing something like that, not only would he be thrown under the jail, people would be laughing at him. Even if he offed himself, there will be I mean, people have no sympathy for the men on To Catch a Predator. Why have sympathy for a girl like this, a woman like this? But it's because she's a woman, you know. And you see, yeah, there are times and places for that kind of stuff. You can't do that stuff in public. It's sad that we have to explain it, but all the comments were basically defending her. And I was like, wow. It's like, wow, you guys will defend anything that women do. Even if she's a predator, even if she's a pervert. When I was talking about the mulatto girl, right? I don't know if I can look up this thing. I'm gonna show it just for you, Ains. I'm gonna show you the girl real quick. The girl that got caught with the 18-year-old football player, and people were defending the teacher for sleeping with her student just because, oh, he was 18. I'm like, no, you're not supposed to be sleeping with your constituents. that nobody talks about power dynamics no more, I guess. Let me see. 20. Okay, right here. I'm because this is crazy right here. I'm gonna show you so this girl right here. I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you real quick one more time before I sign off. I'm gonna show you real quick, Ainsley, real quick before I sign off. So this girl right here, I was like, you mean to tell me you couldn't find no dudes your age? You had to go Chad hunting in high school at the high school that you was working with. I mean, a girl like if you see to my right, I mean, she couldn't find nobody. You couldn't find no dude your age. This girl right here, she couldn't find nobody. You couldn't find nobody. You couldn't find nobody white, nobody black, nobody Hispanic. You had to go for one of your students. Bruh, like I said, like these people are predators. These people are predators, and we have to look at her the same way that we look at EDP 445. That's what Pyro said. We got to look at her like we look at EDP 445, but people are going to give her a pass because of how she looks, right? And specifically because she is a woman. But This can't be happening because now they're catching these teachers now with middle schoolers, right? If you leave these people unchecked, I won't be surprised if they try to come up with a law that protects older female older females from getting in trouble for being with men that are under the consent age. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing females trying to push this because now that they are in the position of power, they're doing the same stuff, if not worse, because they think they're above approach. They think girls like this, she thinks she's not sorry. She thinks that this is no big deal. But and you're looking at this girl, you're like, you couldn't find nobody your age. You couldn't find nobody really. So that's frightening to me. In my opinion, this is frightening because you see these girls like in a lot of the you got a lot of married um exactly. She could have find dude, we know Ainsley, we know dude, we know like single moms of like 7, single moms of 5, fat single moms of whatever, still able to find somebody. Like it's the bar is so low. So you are that means that girl is on some weird predatory stuff. And it's not like me, I'm making excuses for male predators that go after people, but it's interesting when you look at the male predators that get caught, they look like male predators, if you know what I'm saying. They look like they'll be caught doing something shisty. That's how it be. You be like, oh yeah, they look like they, but you seen these are regular female citizens. Like these are, I'm like, you couldn't find nobody. Like that's just something's crazy. Something's up. And especially when we're talking about like, female teachers in the position of power that they have, this is not good. This is not good because I used to always say, because I would see teachers interact with certain students and I'll be like, you flirting, dog. This dude is passing her class is because this ninja got game, and the teacher is allowing that young student to run game on her, and she's out here flirting. I'm talking about I'll literally see these teachers. They'll be like 35 years old, 36-year-old, looking sloppy, right, and accepting flirty comments from their students, and really they should be slapped for doing something like that. But she'll take they love the attention. They love the attention. It's crazy, like so a teacher like that, they're worse than a male predator teacher in my opinion because I'm like you couldn't find nobody, but you going after kids. Come on. Like now this is very because you look, if you really put like a mugshot of these teachers that they're catching nowadays, you're like, these are the same girls that'll be on the dating apps talking about they can't find nobody. But at the same time, then you'll hear them talk. I've seen these TikTok videos and they'll talk, and they'll talk about I still feel like a kid. I still don't I feel like a overage teenager. They'll be 30 years old talking about I still feel like a teenager. And to me, that's a weird thing to say because I know if a man says something like that, we'll be calling them R. Kelly. like we'd be calling them R. Kelly if we had a man talking about, hey, I feel like a grown kid. Especially if it's like a regular dude that's like not good looking, and if he says something like that, they'd be calling him R. Kelly. Oh, how about this, Ainsley? Imagine this is 2018, right? And say if I was 28 and I met you in 2017 and I was around your friends, Ainsley, and I was around there saying, I still feel like an overgrown 26-year-old. I still feel like a teenager. I just don't feel like I'm growing up. Your friends would deem me weirdos. would deem me a weirdo for saying something like that. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. But I hear girls, I keep hearing these 26, like girls our age, 26, 27, 28-year-olds, the 30-year-old girls, women, I keep hearing them say stuff like that. And to me, that's weird. To me, I don't know why that doesn't get checked, but like I said, men are not gonna. I'm not trying to tell people go around checking bitches. That's not what I'm saying. But you got to keep a close eye on stuff like that. He said maybe she was crazy and thought nobody would want to deal with her. Well, a lot of light skinned girls like that. I'm sorry, they're crazy. they, people might say that's racist, but girls that be that complexion, a lot of times, especially because she looks like an actual half breed. Like that's a girl with a white parent and a black parent. she's a half breed for real. That is a girl with a white parent and a black parent. You know what I'm saying? Like that is a product of white parent, black parent. You see, it be the Spanish teachers that accept the flirting. Yep. The Spanish teachers, the English teachers. You know what I mean? Because when you're talking about it's interesting. The Spanish and the English teachers, language, right? That's interesting. But those particular ones, because usually the Spanish teachers were not particularly, like, they were terrible students. And especially English teachers, we're talking about English female teachers. They really don't do nothing but get pregnant and miss half of the school year on maternity leave. They literally offer nothing. They do nothing. So yeah, that's crazy talk for sure. Yeah, mixed. So the French teachers as well. Yeah, most of the language female teachers, they off their rocker. They're off their rocker. You know what I mean? I remember I had like this Chinese teacher that was actually, she wasn't a flirt. Like she just loved kids. Now, unfortunately, in my old Bridgeport school that I used to go to, in a magnet school I went to in Bridgeport, a Chinese the woman that that taught Chinese, apparently the grades that was 2 years younger than us, they ran her out of the school. Apparently she ran out crying. That's how bad them little ninjas were. Like, that's just sad. Like, she was a good person. They ran her out of that. I'm talking about she flew back home to her parents in China. Yeah, ninjas, man. Like I remember like we used to have recess with that grade. Like when we were in 7th grade, we would have recess with the 5th graders during that time. Those were some badass little kids, boy. We knew it. We knew it. Those were some badass little kids. Like this man, but all of those dudes, they were under our wings though, because we wouldn't bully those little dudes, but they would do stuff. We'd be like, why? But they wouldn't do nothing to us because obviously we were the older cats. They looked up to me like I was fucking Superman because I was Superman at that time. But so they did nothing to me. But those were some badass little kids. Badass little kids. They ran that poor Chinese teacher away to back home to China to her parents. Apparently she left the school crying. I was like, y'all did that to her? They were like, that was the reaction. I was like, y'all did that to that poor teacher? They were just like, I was like, oh hell no. Nah. Like I'm like that class of kids, they were so bad. One of the kids that I really liked, this dude, his name was Najee. I don't know if he's still out there in the streets doing dirt, but yeah, like I said, said most Chinese women are really sweet. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's how bad those kids were, dog. They were under us. They were 2 grades under us. This one kid, I'm talking about most of the kids in that cohort, they ended up being, some of them ended up being criminals, though. And I remember one of the dudes, his name Najee. I'm kind of putting his business out there, but he got a girl pregnant at like 16, 17 years old. That was one of my favorite little homies in there. But he ended up being the big homie. Like I remember seeing him like 2 or 3 years later, and he grew. I was like, God, this dude bigger than me, dog. But at that time, like when you OG status, like when you're the older kids at the time, and they're just looking up to you, they're like they think they none of them really think that they can beat you, so they'll do stuff to impress you, and you'd be like, nah, don't do that, man. But man, I really love those kids though. They were funny. They were funny. Especially I remember the grade right under us. They were funny, man. They were funny. Well, I'm not even gonna lie. We made fun of a lot of this like in terms of the grade under us. Our grade we made fun. We made fun. We yeah. we, we was having our time in middle school with him. So that man, I remember like yeah, they'll be like I remember certain girls was talking ish and whatnot. We would say our piece. They wouldn't cry, but they'll stop. You know what I mean? But yeah, they man, that class to they ran that teacher away. I was like, oh man. And I'm talking about I used to be in that class. I was a bad kid, bro. And she loved me. she the Chinese, she loved us, bro. She loved us, bro. And all man, I was doing whatever the hell I want in that class, man. Mind you, I never cursed her. I never cursed her out. I never talked disrespectful to her, right? But I was doing whatever I want in that class, throwing airplanes to the other my other friends, you know, people in the class in the back, doing all types of crazy stuff, making weird sex noises and stuff. You know what you do in middle school. we was, dude, man. She loved us, bro, and we were trouble. That's why I was like, what the hell did y'all do? Dude, we did whatever we wanted in that class. She loved us, man. I don't know what those kids did. They must have been talking. I'm talking about they must have been making fun of her for real. Cause like I'll do something stupid, like I'll do like a little dance in the back, and then make a sound and be like stupid stuff like that. And then she'll just be like, Chris. Well, she gave us Chinese names. So my Chinese name was My Lisa. So she'll be like, My Lisa. Every time I did something, she was like, and she would be like, guys, I'm very disappointed in you. Why would and we probably did something stupid like spill some food on the floor or we launched somebody's soda across the room and it make a noise. She loved us, bro. She straight up loved us. I don't know what those kids do for her to run out of that school and cry and for her to leave America. And mind you, she loved us so much. She flew out her friend from China and she talked about and her friend said how much that teacher loved us. How much she talked about. I'm like, but I guess because we weren't talking shit. We weren't talking shit to that teacher. You know, we still had some good kids in class that they because most of the kids they actually did well in class. They would have A's and B pluses in that class. I had like a C in that class. I don't remember. I did zero homework in that class. I know that for a fact. I did zero homework in that class, and I still had like a C or a B. So like man, those kids, I don't know what those kids did. Because I was like, what did you do? That's all like because I don't really fuck with teachers like that. I really don't. But I'm like, for them for her to leave crying, for her to leave going back to her home. He said, I used to treat substitute teachers with the utmost respect. I remember me and a substitute teacher went at it because I called her out on her BS, but I ended up paying for that later because I remember she had caught me. Then I ended up getting caught by her cheating. in one of the tests I took in science, and she put me on blast in front of everybody. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. When you calling out teachers and on their hypocrisy and doing certain stuff, and you get caught, she's like she had a close eye on me after that. You know, so that was on me. But that's just a testament of like you gotta watch. You know what I mean? But when it comes to like substitute teachers, oh yeah, I remember we had like a gay substitute teacher in middle school. Like that, that was some interesting times. Oh crap. But anyway, that man, I can go on and on with the middle school stuff. Yeah, like she kept a close eye on me after after I called her out that day. I should have not. I gotta stop. That's one of my weaknesses. Like, look, I'm not. There's certain like, but the reason why that ended up affecting me negatively because what happened is, oh, this has to do with my Chinese teacher too. So somebody ended up stealing money, like a $30 check from the Chinese teacher, and this was after I got caught cheating on my test, in science. So somebody like she had a check, the Chinese teacher had a check of $30, $40, $50. I think it was $30, but anyway. So people were wondering, yo, some because she just left it on the desk. That's what she said. She said, I don't know who did it. She's like somebody took the check. Somebody she was like dead. This was like the first time I saw her like dead. Like, yo, she was like, I'm I have this check. Took this. So somebody want to come to me privately. Somebody better do it. And I was like, shit, I don't know who did that. But this is what happened. One of the girls at the in my class, she came up to me and she said, "Look, I've been talking with people and like this was one of my friends in middle school. She was a real one. I'm not even gonna lie. Even though I had a huge ass crush on her, but she was really a friend. Like she was a friend. You know what I mean? So she told me, she was like, "Look, I've been talking with people and people think you did it." And I was like, "Why do people think I did it?" And then I was like, "Oh." I was like, because I would just do because I would always do silly shit. Nah, I don't know. But she, I never thought about it. I never thought about that. Did she take it? I don't think so. But I don't know who took it. I really don't know who would have taken that check. But I was so confused because out of all the people in my at that school, my parents, I didn't need that money. I don't need no $30 check at that time. I'm like, both, dude. If at that, I lived in Trumbull at the. Oh shit, I'm revealing too much. I lived in the next town. I live in the suburb. I was living in the suburbs during the time. I wasn't living in Bridgeport. I was living in the suburbs, and I was going to the magnet school was in Bridgeport, but I was still living in the suburbs, right? So I don't need that money. I don't need that money. So I think me personally, I think it's because I got caught cheating and because she put me on blast. And the problem is though, when I got put on blast on cheating, like all the teachers found out that I was cheating and that on that test. And the problem is I have zero shame. So when the science teacher, when she approached me about it, I was like, look, man, I had to do what I had to do. I stood 10 toes down on my dirt. I was like, look, man. Yeah, I stood 10 toes down. The problem is when you stand 10 toes down, you got to stand on it because you know how female teachers work. They're going to gossip. I'm talking about you can be 10 years old, 8 years old. They're going to gossip about you. They're going to gossip about you. The only teacher that really didn't take offense to the stuff that I did was the male teacher. The only male teacher. That's how it works. This is why we need more male teachers. This is why we need more male teachers. Because I'm talking about, I'm talking about, I don't, I'm really trying to think. Did I ever even have a problem with a male teacher? But the problem is, okay, this is the problem though. They get mad, Ainsley. This is the problem. This is the problem though. They get mad when you don't care. It's not you. The problem is when you're dealing with female teachers, the problem is you not it's not you causing trouble or being a disruption in the class. That's not the problem. It's if you're not being nice to her. That's when it's a problem. This is when she's gonna. That's when the female. If you're not making jokes with her, because you could be a whole nuisance, but if you crack jokes with her once in a while, right? Make her feel involved. She won't hate you, bro. But I'm talking about you could if you're the teacher's gonna hate you if you do this. If say this I can get a teacher to hate you. This is how you get a teacher to hate you. Just say nothing in the class. Just be quiet as a mouse. Just don't do nothing. Just be like this here and do nothing. And just be like, "Oh, Chris, do you want to answer?" Just do it like that. Those teachers are going to hate you, dog. Hate you. I'm telling you that from experience. I'm talking about female teachers. Male teachers are gonna love you for this. male teachers love quiet kids. They'd be like, "Wow, this dude, he just does his work and just all he does work, doesn't say anything. This guy's the best." Dude, I've experienced this. Dude, in my math class, my CP math class in junior year, I had a male teacher. He would troll the shit out of me because I wouldn't say anything because I didn't really know any of the people in the class. He loved me, bro. I would came late to class every single day. He never put me late. He never put me late. He never put me late. Now I had an A in that class, either an A minus or a B plus, if I'm not mistaken. But on all of my tests, I always had a 90 or above on all my tests. I don't think I ever even had lower than an 85 in that math class. But he was literally like, he would troll me because he knew I think he knew one of my friends, but he would troll me. So like when I would come to class late from lunch, he would literally he would have the door closed, and then I would try to knock on the door, and he'll just be like, I can't. He'd be trolling me, but I like maybe he was happy that I wasn't taking that offense, or it's not that I didn't find him funny. I was just like, he's just trying to make fun. He's just making fun of the situation, right? But if if that was a female teacher, what happens is they'll try to do something certain like that with you, and you won't want to play back, and they'll take offense to you not wanting to play with them. Like it's like it's like you're back in the playground because you don't want to play with the person. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference. We need. The problem is men are smart. They know there's no money in teaching, so they don't they don't try to do that. So they try to do something else, right? But this is why we need more male teachers. we need more male teachers, because I'm literally looking back and I just remembered him. And dude, I don't remember coming to class on time, except for like test days and stuff like that. Dude, I barely went to that class on time, and it was right next to the cafeteria too. Right next to the cafeteria. I remember this dude saw me caught out with a girl, and he was laughing at me when I came. I was like, God damn it. I remember I got caught out with some chick. Girl, I wasn't even like, I wasn't messing with. I wasn't dating her, but can you walk me to class? God damn. All right. That's what it was. Caught me out with some chick. He saw me, he just goes, I was like, no. See there's some asshole in the back was laughing because he knew what that was. But that, like, stuff like that, I knew he meant no harm. And he knew I meant no harm, even though I said nothing in that class. He never took offense with me not raising my hand for shit. Like you got like they know their class is boring. Like, you'll have teachers, they know their class is boring, and they'll be mad at you for finding it boring. You just be like, look, like what can I do? Like, especially I was just so offended in high school how a lot of these female how some, not a lot, I'll say that some of these female teachers, particularly my some of the teachers I would have later on, I was like, why are you tripping off this small shit, man? I'm talking about tripping off nothing. I'm talking about a lot. They were tripping off nothing, man. Especially me. I'm like, I'm not doing nothing. This is like I'm talking about. This is like a full 180 for me in middle school, where I was being a legit disruption. And I'm like, I'm like, some of these teachers still got a problem with me, and I'm doing nothing, nothing. You know what I mean? And I'll say this: the only male teacher that I had a problem with was a homosexual. The guy, it was when I was in college. This was my second year. This is when I dropped out of college. This was my second year in college. I had this Spanish teacher. This dude was such an asshole. But he was a homosexual. So I understand why why we ran afoul. He was a homosexual. Anyway. Anyway, it makes sense. And it was like no male teachers had a problem with me though. Especially when you talk about the male teachers in high school, bro. Like he loved me, bro. he thought he said, man, your grades are great, man. I got nothing bad to say. Like, you can have great grades with a female teacher, and they'll still find something like you'll just be like, okay, what's the problem? Oh, you don't smile, or you don't do this, you don't do that, or why you're not interacting with the give a fuck about that shit. I'll say the only other female teacher that did treat me fair and didn't really trip off me not saying shit was my Italian teacher when I was in sophomore year. And mind you, I'm not going off my grades because I had a C in that class or a D or C. She wasn't tripping off my shit. Like, for real. That was like one of the few female teachers that was like not upset. Like I remember even like freshman year of high school, I had a civics teacher, which I had a B in that class, but I had an A on all the tests. She would pick on me because I would fall asleep in the class. I'm talking about, but she would like go in on me so much so, like the other kids that would not even talk to me, they'd be like, man, she'd be going hard at you. And I'll just be like, you know what, whatever. Like me, I was just like, whatever. But like teachers will get so tight at me for no reason. I would say nothing in those classes, dog. I would say nothing. You can ask all the high school people I went through. I would say nothing. I would say nothing. And it would always be a problem. Like, just ask, and they would literally, and they wanted me to defend myself, and I was just like, nigga, I'm too tired for this shit. I'm too tired. This is not gonna be the first. This is not gonna be the first teacher or the last teacher to have a problem with me just because I don't like to talk to him. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Or when they'll talk about, like, if they give the option for a group project, I'll just do it by myself. I'll be like, because I looked at it like this. When they gave me the option for the group projects, I'll be like, look, I don't want to drag anybody down because I'm gonna just do shit my own pace. It's not even a matter of liking somebody. I just like, I know I'm not gonna do well. I don't do well on these projects and stuff, like when it comes to like projects and whatnot, because a lot of those projects are useless. I'm like, I know I'm not gonna do well on them. Let me just do it by myself. Let me just get the bad grade by myself. Let me not drag nobody down. But it's still a problem. Still a problem. It's still a problem. Be like 8 a.m. Wonder why I don't want to talk. Like, yeah, like I said, you want to get a teacher to hate you, just sit back like this here. I'm talking about the problem is not you causing trouble. It's just if you don't make them feel good, they're gonna have a problem with you. They're gonna have a problem with you. It doesn't matter what grade no matter what grade you got either. You can be an A student, B student, C fail student, it don't matter. They're gonna have a problem. They're gonna have a problem with you. Because especially if you don't care. I knew a dude that went out with a girl that I knew. who I had respect for because he was going out with this girl I knew who I could not stand. Pretty girl, probably the prettiest girl in that high school. But I was like, yo, you be doing too much sometimes. But that was my friend. I considered her a friend, and she was going out with this dude I knew. I'm sorry. She was going down with this dude. I got to know the dude, and I would hear things. I would hear teachers talk ish about this dude. I'm like, what is? I'm like, when I talk to him, he seems like a good dude. But I found out what it was. It just he just didn't care. It's not him not doing the work. It's just he didn't care. And when they confront you about certain stuff and you just don't care, they like teachers will take offense to it. Like they take offense instead of just saying, "Look, I'll do what I can for you, but I got a whole other students." But like he wouldn't because the problem is this dude, his friends were good at shucking and jiving, but he wouldn't do that shuck and jive. He's just not. He's just not a shuck and jive type of dude. Now, mind you, he wasn't my friend or anything, but I knew him. I'm like, oh, clearly he's doing something right. If all these teachers are complaining about him doing nothing, he can't be too bad of a person. But yeah, he was going out with this girl. But I'm talking about one of the prettiest girls in my grade at that time too. But she was a lot. She was a lot. Too hyper. Just too hyper. This dude, like right here, he did his own thing. He just did his own thing, bro. Didn't never bother nobody. I was like, so because you'll hear these they be gossiping. You think some of these people you'll talk about, and here's the thing, especially unfortunately for silent and introverted dudes, I knew something was wrong with this world. Where I was the biggest troublemaker at like my church when I was a kid, but they would talk crazy about this younger dude. There was this younger dude. I was like 8 years old, but he was like 5 or 4, whatever. This kid named Brandon at one of my old churches. He would say nothing. He wouldn't laugh. He wouldn't cry. He wouldn't talk. I never heard a peep from this dude. I used to be so amazed because I would try to do certain stuff. Sometimes I would do like try to surprise him. He'll just be like, I used to be amazed. I'm like, this dude has a superpower. He can't talk. I'm like, this dude, they can't get him to smile. They can't get him to do. He would do what he had to do. He would do his work if they asked him to do work. But they would ask him to recite a Bible verse and it would just be like, I was like, this guy's the fucking GOAT. He's the GOAT. But you should hear how the parents were talking about him. Because, church gossip goes around. They'd be like, man, this guy. I'm like, man, this guy's talking greasy about this guy. I'm like, they talking greasy about this dude. Like, this guy's a criminal. I'm like, he doesn't say anything. What did he do wrong? That's how you learn. He literally, dude, he would not do. They would try to give, but they couldn't damn him for it because if they gave him like the work to write, he would do it. He just wouldn't talk. He wouldn't say. I never heard a peep from this man. I ended up seeing him like 10 or 12 years later, and I saw him with his friends, and I heard him talk for the first time. I almost wanted to cry, but he didn't recognize me. I was working behind. That's when I was working at the theater. I saw him with his group of friends. I'm like, oh my God, I recognize him. It was like 12 years later, and I heard him talk for the first time. I wanted to cry, bro. I was like, I never heard him talk. I literally wanted to cry, but he didn't recognize me at all. He didn't recognize me at all, bro. He probably thought when we were young, he probably thought I was a clown because I was doing clown stuff. I was a buffoon at that time. But yo, I heard him talk for the first time. I almost cried. I was like, oh hell nah. First of all, he has a great voice, a great speaking voice. Second of all, he can talk like he's a great talker. Ainsley, you were there. It's just you didn't notice it. You didn't know Ainsley, you were there. You just didn't notice it, bro. Ainsley, you were there. It's just you didn't know. He came in with his group of friends, and I was amazed. I was looking at him. I was like, man, this guy has a beautiful voice. I was having Ainsley, you were there. I was having a moment. You just didn't notice. I was there. You just didn't notice, bro. It was this man. It's the definition of action speaks louder than words. For real. For real. And I'm pretty sure he got 304s too. It's a good, decent height, dude. Nice face. He's straight, man. He's straight. Man. But man, I just remember because and then people would try to talk to his older sister, and his older sister would be like, look, he don't like to talk to you. He don't like to talk to you. And he had the chillest parents too. He had the chillest parents. His dad would take like the dudes to play basketball and everything too. Like he had a great like dude had a chill ass family, dog. His mom wouldn't say shit too, though. I remember, his mom wouldn't say nothing. I never heard his mom talk. She probably did, but I never heard his mom talk. I don't remember seeing his mom, but maybe that's what it is. Cause I think I saw his mom, but she didn't say nothing either. Man, but he literally his superpower. I'm talking about no matter what they could not get him to talk. And they had a problem with him more than me. And I was the bad guy. That's how I knew things were like a bit weird because I felt guilty. I was like, damn, y'all going in on this guy, but he's just minding his business. That's how it works. But that's how it works, you know. You can't just socially stonewall people out. People gonna think something wrong with you. That you're mad at somebody. You know what I mean? It's a catch-22, especially if you're working. Like, say if you're a person that works around a lot of women, you're not allowed to be an introvert. You're not allowed to be an introvert. You know, that sucks. But anyway, what time is it now? It's 2:30. All right. It's 2:30. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find one more thing on Instagram. See if I can find one more thing on Instagram. But yeah, I got Ninja. I got stories for days, bro. Like Ainsley, I don't know if you still listening, but bro, when I lived in Norwalk or when I would travel frequently to Norwalk when I was a kid, I got stories for days on that end. A lot of ish happened. A lot. There used to be a lot of stuff. I remember being in Norwalk before the before the construction when they would started giving tours to white people and stuff. I was like, oh shoot, what's that going on? When it was giving tours and stuff, I was like, oh shoot, something about to happen. Man, I don't know if I could see. Is there anything that we got to see? Oh, let's leave it off at this right here. Let me look at this video right here. Watch this. Here you're gonna have. This is gonna be a problem. This is gonna be a problem in the future, and we've talked about this. Yeah, woman. Like I remember there was this girl at my recent job. I'm not there anymore, but she got so mad. Like she took it offense that I just wouldn't talk to people. It's just like I'm trying to save them from me. That's what I'm trying to do by not talking to them. But you know, they just anyway. So right here, you have a Chad. This is a Chad here, or a baseball Chad, or whatever, and he's talking about how he doesn't like he just doesn't like chilling with girls or talking to girls at the bar. And there's a lot of guys like this new generation coming up. They just don't want to socialize with women at all because they're too much of a flight risk. But I want you to hear his explanation.
like come at you for
What, not talking to girls?
yeah, like
Oh yeah, she like begs me to go out every weekend and like talk to girls, and I'm like, I'm not.
Wait, so
I'm not
what's
gonna-
the? Give me
Yeah.
the psycho. What's the? What do you?
It doesn't interest me.
Wait till okay. Hold on.
I
thought it
There's
was
a word for that.
I thought it was.
Jake.
No, but it's like my whole thing is like I have no interest in like putting in all that effort to like go talk to girls. If a girl comes up to me, I'll talk to a girl.
is it easier to talk to a guy?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, time out, because I thought he was joking.
No.
You're not gay,
No, I'm not gay.
and there's nothing wrong with like for real.
Right.
No, I know. Yeah, no, I'm not, but I'm
so
not.
you're not interested in talking to girls.
If it's a moment arises where a woman is around me and she strikes up a conversation, I'll talk to a girl. I have no problem with that. But I'm not going to go out with the soul like a Nikki Smokes, for example. Not to
You're not motivated by picking up.
correct. I never
It
go to
happens,
a bar
it
with
happens.
the intention of going home with a woman.
You're a guy's guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to go out with my boys, have a good
You're
time,
just trying to do you.
gamble on
and if-
sports, and drink a couple
yeah.
beers and go home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Find women to be very exhausting.
So you don't get like.
Agreed.
Is your mom?
So right here, that's how he ends it. He said, I find women to be very exhausting. And they don't, because when girls complain about men not wanting to talk to them anymore at these bars or these social events, they're talking about guys like that, right? But unfortunately, what women don't understand, this is of their own doing, right? The dudes coming up, they seeing what dudes went through. They're seeing what girls doing. They're seeing the girls on the videos talk about don't talk to me and all this stuff. They're taking those girls at their word. So now you got these guys that he could be picking up girls, no problem. But if he's chill, because he seems like a chill dude, so he could easily pick up bitches. But they're like, it's not worth it. So you got these guys coming up. They're literally like, man, it's not worth it. And this is a problem. This is gonna be a problem. So now you're gonna have in the future, you're gonna have girls sexually assaulting dudes or doing just outlandish things to get their attention. Because right now, especially when guys of status, athletes, they're just like, man, forget the 304s. I'ma just chill. You know what I mean? It's getting to that point where even a guy like this is like, it's not worth it. So a guy like that can easily pull, who's an athlete, like he's literally like, it ain't worth it. It's not worth it. I'm gonna just stay home, or I'm gonna just go to the bowling alley, right, with my friends. I'll just have my small circle of friends. You know what I mean? This is a problem. And this like when we talk about that census, when they that bank, I forgot what JP Morgan bank, they did that study when they literally said by 2030 more than half of women are going to be single and childless. Well, they said single. I don't remember if it was childless, but I think they did say single and childless. And when we talk about the Me Too movement, right? But look, where they're basically criminalizing men interacting with women, but really what women aren't being honest about that particular actions. What they really want to say is, look, I don't want the average Joe or losers talking to me. I want a guy that looks like that. I wouldn't mind a guy that looks like that approaching me. But they don't want people that they deem below them to approach them. But they disguise it as Me Too and all this stuff. But they don't understand when you're talking, when they say men, they'll say men got to stop doing this. And all men of all races, different statuses are looking at this and they're just like, okay, I see you. And they're just going their own way. So now, consequences of these movements, most people would meet their spouses, their future wives or their husband at work. Now it's sketchy. Now men and women don't even want to interact with each other at work anymore, particularly men. They just don't want to, they want nothing to do with the women at their job. They're not trying to lose their job, especially if they're working corporate. Now, if you're working at McDonald's, right? Or if you're working at Walmart, you're working at Dick's Sporting Goods, then it probably won't really matter. You know what I mean? But especially if it's a high position paying job, they're working at the office, right? Working call centers, working at corporate jobs. If you're a doctor, they're just like, I ain't trying to lose my job, just trying to talk to a bitch. You know what I mean? So you got that cut out. You're not going to meet your wife at a bar, right? For the most part. You're not going to meet him at a dating app. Where can you actually meet other single people? Now, what it used to be is via your social groups, your small circles that you make. But look, you got a lot of these dudes and women, they're unable to create that social circle due to COVID, right? When they were basically making it illegal for people to interact with each other with a big group. So now you got these guys and girls that came up through COVID, went through high school through COVID, did it, or went through college through COVID, weren't able to attend classes, weren't able to experience that camaraderie. Now you got these single men, single women, and particularly single men. They're just like, what am I getting out of going out of my way to try to pick up a woman? What's the point? It's going to hurt my wallet. It's probably going to hurt my ego. It's not worth it, you know? So now when you got guys like this are saying, nah, I'd rather not. Now people are going to start paying attention, you know? And unfortunately, you got these guys on the panel. They don't see what's going on because a lot of these guys, they already have wives. They already have girlfriends. You got Arian Foster on there, former NFL player, retired running back, the black dude that you saw on there. And he's like lost. He first, mind you, he's super liberal, and he's like, what's the problem? Why not talk? They don't see it. They don't get it. They don't understand what the generation below him is going through. He doesn't understand what Gen Z is going through, what Gen Alpha is going through. In the future, especially, we're already in the future now where men are just like, look, if I'm gonna talk to a girl, you know, on the outside, and I have something to lose, I'm just gonna see if I can just mess with her. And if she doesn't reciprocate, I'm just gonna back off because I don't want to be seen as a creep. So back then, men would like chase relentlessly with the chase and chasing girls and, you know, overcoming objections and all that. Men are not doing that no more, bro. If they don't feel the energy, the interest is symmetrical. If they don't feel that same energy with the interest, they're just gonna back off. Or if she's not giving strong choosing signals, they're not, even if she's giving strong choosing signals, they're not even risking it. They're not risking it. Even, you know, back in the day, you'd be like, okay, this is an easy lay, but now that can turn it into a case in the future if it ends up in bad terms. So now boys are seeing this, men are seeing this, so this is not good. So I'm gonna just sign off on that end. You know what I mean? He said, get your passport. Get your passport, fellas. Yeah. He said, probably if we all woke up tomorrow, we're physically weaker than most women, I could see it happening. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of, because a lot of women are already doing this. I've just saw this recently on my gig. We got this drunk girl in Westport. Like, she yikes. Trying to grind up on our guitar player. I remember people were making fun of me because she was at first in front of my keyboard the previous week, dancing crazy. I tried to make sure but anyway, basically, if it was in reverse, our guitar player would have gotten in trouble. Like she was low key violating that man while he was playing the instruments. But now you got these girls now, they're just so starved for that attention because men are not giving them that attention no more. Men are just not giving them free attention. Like now, women have to have like a specific skill set now to get that attention. Now, she's not getting, so now women are not getting that attention that they're just so used to getting in real life. They're gonna start acting drastic. They're gonna do very drastic things to gain attention. So men have to watch out for that in the future. So yeah, like I said, yeah, and when you say if we were all physically weaker, I could see it happening. It's already happening. You see a lot of particularly black women that are physically large, not taller, but physically larger than their boyfriends. And they think they can beat up their boyfriends. You see them in fights and now and whatnot. So we're already there. We're already there, low key. And it's only going to get worse because like the women are getting larger, not necessarily taller, but larger in mass. You know what I mean? Where they're bigger than their boyfriend. Like we already saw with Krishan and Blueface. Krishan is a better athlete than Blueface. It's crazy, but it is. She's a better athlete. They showed her lifting the weights, and Blueface could. Blueface was trying so hard to lift the weight. Like Krishan is a great athlete. She's an athlete. So you got these, and isn't now a man is still a man. She still probably can't beat him up, but because now these women are athletes, now they're gonna start doing things. They're gonna start doing drastic things. They're gonna start reaching for people. They're gonna start groping men. You know what I mean? It's gonna be women are turning into the scumbag men that they said that they hate. And I remember Shannon Sharp said this on Undisputed. He said, "Man, my grandfather told me this. If you're not careful, you'll turn into the person that you despise the most." And that's such a deep quote. That is such a deep quote. If you're not careful, you'll turn into the very thing that you despise most in a person. And I'm experiencing that in my life. Do you know how much I used to not like? Do you know how much the stuff I used to not like? How about this here? Do you know like my dad would do certain things, and I used to be like, bro, I ain't never gonna do that. And now I just, yo, how about this here? There are Tommy Sotomayor would say things. I'm like, why would you say something like that? And now here I am. I'm doing the same content. It's crazy how that works. I used to literally look at Tommy Sotomayor and I used to be like, why would you say that? Now look at me. If you told me 10 years ago I'd be in the same space that Tommy Sotomayor is in, I'll be looking at you crazy. I'm talking about 10 years ago when I saw Tommy Sotomayor's videos for the first time. And I used to be like, oh no. You you gotta be careful out there. You gotta be careful, man. It's crazy. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you told me 10 years ago I'd be saying the similar things, I'm talking about in the same space, talking about the similar things that Tommy Sotomayor is talking about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I'd be like, what? Why would I be doing that? Crazy how that works. It's great. It's crazy how that works. He said, my woman can't be the bigger one. He said, damn, yeah, if you're not careful, bro, you'll become the very thing you despise the most. Shannon Sharp was dead on that quote. When he said that, I was like, wow. I heard that. He said that in like 2016, 2017. I was like, that is a deep ass quote. That is a deep ass quote. Because if you really look at, like, imagine the people that I'm talking about. There were dudes that I hated, dog, back in the day. And now I'm saying the same shit that they saying. Or when it comes to certain things, I'm saying the same shit that they saying. It's just like, what the fuck? The racist white dudes I used to be dealing with back in the days. Now I'm saying the same shit that they saying. It's crazy how that works. It's crazy how that works. It's crazy. So this is why everything I come with, like, pause. Like, I try to make sure it comes with a understanding. When I'm going, like, me, when I talk to hood ninjas, that's why I always tell people hood ninjas and hood bitches, they have a special place in my heart because I don't defer myself from them. Because maybe because I work with them, a lot of them, and then on top of that, I see what it is, especially when especially during the pandemic. Hood ninjas kept me afloat. So I don't, man, like, man, I want to do the stuff that they do, or oh, the way that they're talking, oh, the way that they're acting, or how they're doing certain things. The way I roll now, I don't. I look at you like this. If you not a pedophile, if you're not a predator, if you're not a sexual deviant, I'm gonna hear you out. That's how I operate now. I'm gonna hear you out. I'm talking about they could be dead wrong. I'll hear them out. I'll hear them out. Whatever they have to say on anything. On anything. Even if I disagree. I'm talking about if you're not a sexual deviant, you're not a predator, you don't do nothing to kids or anything, you're not no abuser, you're not one of those people, I'll hear you out. Whatever happened. Oh, this ninja stepped in my shoes. I used to be making fun of it. Look, now I just be like, look, how can we fix this? I'll hear you out because it's interesting the stuff that I said that I would not do, or the person I would not ever become, and then now here I am. I'm sitting there. I'm calling people half breeds. I'm making George Zimmerman jokes, saying that he's the typical Mexican that suffer from identity crisis. I'm saying all this messed up stuff, and I'm like, then I'm looking back, realizing I used to be mad when white dudes my age were saying certain stuff. Now here I am later on. You know what I mean? So it's interesting how that works. So you got to be careful. You'll become the thing you hate. You think you're not capable of being Darth Vader. You think so until you just say something regular and then people hate you for it. And you're like, I'm just saying, like, you thought that you were the tolerant one until you go in the future. Now these kids think that you're the devil just because I think there's only two genders. Now you're the bigot now. You're the bigot. You're the bigot. You're the bigot now. Just because you don't think there's two genders. That there's just two genders. You're the bigot now. You're the racist. That's how it works. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. So, but thank you, man. Thank you for tuning in, man. I went on way too long. The last time I did a 4-hour stream, I remember I did that last time. I used to wonder how Coach Greg Adams and all these people could do a 4-hour stream, and here I am. So, man, thank you, man, for signing in. Yo, Ainsley, shout out to you, bro. That's my brother right there. And well, my not my blood brother, but that's basically like my brother. But Pyro, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, bro. Garrett, thank you for tuning in. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. Lorette, if you're listening, thank you for tuning in. Trevor, if you're listening, thank you for tuning in, man. Everybody, Angel, thank you for tuning in, man. I'm going to sign off on this. I'm going to let y'all guys sleep, and I'm going to see if there's some food upstairs. But, man, take care, bro. Peace out.